Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
Got one. A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter, Amabile, Baisley, Bridges, Danielson, Kirkmeyer,
Very good.
Colker, Lundeen, Marchman, Mullica,
Oh, there's Bridges.
Pelton B, Bridges, Danielson,
I would like to add Lundeen. Robert, we good? Lundeen's the only one. I'd like to know he's here, but we can go on without him. Okay. There he is. Hold on.
Lundeen,
There we go. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1159 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar. House Bill 1220 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1223 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar. House Bill 1332 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1335 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SR 12.
Senate Resolution 12 by Senators Rodriguez and Gonzalez concerning commemorating Cinco de Mayo.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Cinco de Mayo resolution. You were going to lay it over, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I lay over Senate Resolution
12
until
Monday.
Cinco de Mayo.
The motion is to lay over Senate SR 12 to Monday, May 5th, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and SR 12 will lay over to Monday, May 5th, 2025. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 322 by Senator Bridges concerning the management of consumer protection claims by the Attorney General.
Business, labor, and technology. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Who would like to chair? I can't. Oh, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion. Just chair. Here, it's fine. You'll take over for me. Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the code rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over 1291 to the bottom of the calendar.
Motion is lay over 1299 at the bottom of the calendar.
1291.
1291 and to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hey.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over.
You're up next, so we have to get
Can you
some
just...
Or Wiseman's got it.
Yeah. Just, thank you. And to clarify before we proceed, the code rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. As a reminder, 1291 was just laid over. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1328.
House Bill 1328 by Representatives Duran and Sirota and Senators Danielson and Bridges concerning the implementation of the recommendations made by the Direct Care Workforce Stabilization Board and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1328.
To the bill.
It's a great bill. Vote yes.
Is there discussion on 1328?
Really? All right.
The senator from a monumental part of El Paso County.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to have a brief conversation about 1338. There's a couple elements inside the bill that create a little bit of a challenge as I'm looking at it. Haven't had a chance to walk this through with the sponsor previously, so we'll end up walking through it here, I think, on the mic. The bill, as all bills, is incredibly well intended. I think there are elements about it that could generate results, responses that are not necessarily intended. One of them, and you've heard me say this many, many times, that there is a band of potential outcomes for many policies that we consider. There's the intention, the desired outcome, and then there is all the other things that some people might think are challenging, nefarious, difficult, or out of order. This particular bill is one of those where, as you look at, if you look at it the way I look at it, and I believe you could look at it and join me with this perception, it's the kind of bill that could be labeled as one that is potentially, whether desired or undesired, it could in fact use government money to promote unionization. Now that may be beneficial, it may not be beneficial, but it's certainly, my perspective, a potential outcome from this particular bill.
Mr. Minority Leader, I will acknowledge that there is an amendment at the desk. If you'd like to further introduce it, you may do so, or...
Nope. Thank you. Please, let's proceed with the amendment, and I can explain further why I'm bringing this
All right,
amendment as I
Mr.
give it context.
Sorry, I apologize if I'm misreading your intent, Mr. Minority Leader, but I will invite Mr. Schaffler to read L11.
Amendment L11, amend re-engross bill, page 11, strike lines 11 through 21, page 11.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I was beginning to frame broadly the idea that an unintended consequence of this bill might be that we're using taxpayer dollars, so there is a taxpayer protection element of this argument, to create worker unions. This amendment would prohibit direct care workers from receiving unwanted solicitations from labor organizations. Just because a direct care worker chooses to opt into a communication platform does not mean that he or she should be subjected to what they might perceive to be harassment from labor organizations. This amendment would prohibit an individual's personal information because if you read into the bill, it does create a significant worker database. It would prohibit an individual's personal information from needlessly falling into the hands of those who would seek to organize groups of individuals into what might be a union. So that is the effect of Amendment 11. Don't know if that's perceived to be the intention or a likely outcome by the bill sponsor, but I would encourage the support of Amendment 11.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The information is already opt-in. Folks don't want their information shared, then they can choose not to have that shared. So ask for no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader to L11.
The divine, as they say, is always in the details. The reality is, sure, it's opt-in, but what if you do want some of the elements, but you just don't want to be harassed by someone who's trying to organize you into their organization? So there is potential value. Some folks might perceive value in opting in, but at the same time, they ought to be able to say, I want to opt into the broader set of information that would be available to me, but I don't want, quite frankly, to be marketed to by an organization that will seek to cause me to become part of an association I don't particularly want to be part of an association too. Again, I urge your support of 11.
To L11, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge your support of L11 as well. And this kind of plays into what I was talking about this morning in appropriations. So just so we're clear, the website and what the amendment has effect of, it's 5A on page 11, but it's related to the website that must include training on direct care worker-based job duties, health and safety in workplace, and how to provide culturally competent care, information regarding direct care worker rights, including increases to the direct care worker base wage. And there's a lot here on page 10 that is going to be on this webpage. And so I'm in support of ensuring that within 3 months after the establishment of the communication platform and every 3 months thereafter, the State Department shall allow the Department of Labor and Employment, worker organizations, organizations representing direct care employers, and organizations representing direct care consumers to have access to the full name, telephone number, and email address for each direct care worker who has opted into the communication platform to inform the worker of their rights, to support the worker in engaging with the board, and to accomplish the communication platform's direct care consumer matching functions. That is the 11 through 21 that is being asked to have be stricken from the bill, and it seems like it's directly related to us. My question this morning is, why are we funding this with Medicaid? Why are we giving this over to HCPF to pull down federal dollars to fund it by Medicaid when it's obvious that the direct care workers and what is being required on the website is nothing about Medicaid insurance. It's not about Medicaid. And these are not Medicaid folks. I mean, I was told this morning that, oh yeah, 90% of our direct care workers are on Medicaid. I don't think so. I don't see how that works. So non-Medicaid employees would be allowed to access, and I think we end up with the risk of recouping payment and pulling down federal funds. So, but again, in this amendment, we're asking to have lines 11 through 21 on page 11 to be to strike those, And on page 11, strike B and substitute 5, so it just goes through and renumbers and reletters. But again, it makes perfect sense, and it also, I think, also demonstrates that what the true use of the website is has nothing to do with Medicaid.
Question is L11, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure to stipulate that direct care workers, the communication platform for direct care workers is only accessible to Medicaid workers, and the mention that it is only applicable to Medicaid workers will be mentioned in the Know Your Rights training.
All right. Is there further discussion on the adoption of L11? Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of L11, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. L11 fails. Back to the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The effort to protect workers continues. I have another thought around this. The good senator from Weld County was
There
talking.
is an amendment making its way up to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L14.
Amendment L14, amend Ringross Bill, page 8, strike lines 18 and 19,
Mr.
and
Minority
substitute.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L14 to House Bill 1328.
To L14.
Thank you very much. This particular amendment continues to speak into this worker protection broadly, as I'm calling it, category. The ledge deck, now this is in the ledge deck, so it's not going to have a massive amount of material effect, but at least it defines for the people the intention of what we're about. It's on the ledge deck on page 3, lines 22 through 27. It notes that the General Assembly's intent is to, quote, stabilize the state's direct fair workforce and to ensure the Coloradans have access to high-quality, comprehensive, in-home. 14? Yeah. Well, I think we don't have mixed case on this. Maybe we've got confusion in what we're doing. What you're doing. You have confusion. I have confusion. I shall take responsibility for my actions. I may have some confusion. All right, well, let's go with Amendment 14 since I moved the doggone thing. Right. Fair enough. We're rolling to page 8 in the bill. And when we get to page 8 in the bill, we're going to scroll down to, and I want to call out the fact that my technology, although occasionally latent, is working right now. Thank you to all the people that make that happen. Acknowledge that when I'm on page 18, I'm moving down to line 18 and 19. Currently, we have 18 and 19 would read like this, quote, direct care worker, this is sub-E, direct care worker means, or has the meaning set forth in section 8 through 7.5, 102. And what the amendment does is it provides a little bit of clarity around it. It adds more detail, so we are actually having material effect now. It's not in the ledge deck. It defines a direct care worker as someone, Roman 1, A, a home care worker, B, an employee or independent contractor of a direct care employer as defined in subsection 1C of this section, so reference back into the bill, who provides direct care services to direct care consumers as defined in section 7.5 to 102, 3B, or C, an individual who provides direct care services to direct care consumers as defined in, again, referring back to 87.5.102, 3C. And also, give you a second identification of a home care worker, an individual whose wages are paid through the Medicaid program. So the effect, and I don't know why I had myself in the ledge deck in my mind, but the reality is this would have the effect of narrowing and making it explicit that this is about people that are paid for by Medicaid. So it does create a narrowness. It says let's at least keep the category of individuals that we're having influence on, not potentially let's organize the entire labor force out there dealing with home care, but managing specifically and only those folks who are engaged with Medicare. So this particular amendment, Amendment 14, although originally misrepresented by the amendment sponsor, please forgive me, is a good amendment nonetheless. And in fact, I think would be meaningful in its narrowing of the definition of who, in fact, we're talking about. Colleagues, I urge your support of Amendment 14.
Is there further discussion on L14? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask for no vote. The definition has been litigated extensively. If you refer to Title 8, Labor and Industry, there's been a lot of work over the years to define this. Ask for a no vote on yet one more definition added into law. Seems duplicative, seems like big government. Ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Final redirect, we're spending money on this. Let's just make sure we're hitting the target that we want to hit the target. It's Medicaid money. Let's talk about Medicaid-specific workers. Urge your support of Amendment 14.
All right, to L14. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the adoption of L14, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. No! The noes have that one. L14 fails. Back to the bill. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I heard this bill. I say I, we heard this bill just the other day in Business, Labor, and Technology, and there was a lot of interesting witnesses. I want to direct your attention to parts of the bill that has the Know Your Rights training. So Medicaid is going to pay the workers, force the employers to have this training that will enable them to know how to better potentially take their employers to court and so forth. And with that in mind, I have an amendment. There you go. There
is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L7 to 1328.
Amendment L7, amending re-engrossed bill, page
Senator
4.
Liston, to L7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L007 to House Bill 1328.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this amendment does, it would strike the mandatory Know Your Rights training for the Colorado direct care workers. Here we are in a very tight budget situation that we all know about, and should state officials be creating costly and burdensome employee training that mandates that, quite frankly, a lot of the employees don't want to go to, and the businesses can't necessarily afford. We certainly want the employees to know and understand their rights, but it's not like they're buried in a statute book. A lot of employers, in fact, a lot of them, they have their rest areas and their lunch rooms where they put, back there all of this information, and people see it every day when they take their breaks or they have lunch or dinner. So it's there all the time, and it's something that the state of Colorado can't afford. Let me just tell you what is involved just partially in the Know Your Rights training for these direct care workers. One, it goes into all kinds of details, the base and overtime wages, which a lot of people, they may or may not understand, but when you start reading all that technical jargon, it makes your eyeballs roll back in your head. So it's got that. It's got rules for travel time that I'm sure are pages and pages. It's got how to file a complaint against your employer, by the way, that the employer is paying for this, so it's not like it's free. The employer is paying their employees to learn how to file grievances against their employer. Also, all of the current state and federal laws, you can imagine how voluminous all of that is going to be, and where to access more and more information. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So do we really want to have, in a tight budget situation, That's the need for Amendment L007, is that let's not force the state to be potentially litigating against itself. So with that, Mr. Chair and members, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L007 to House Bill 1328.
Further discussion on L7, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for no vote. I think there are very few people in this chamber who know where those notices are posted, even here in this chamber. I do know where they are, but I think most people don't notice them. They walk by them, they don't see them. Including this in the training at the front end of someone's employment ensures that they know their rights, hence know your rights. Posting them on the wall just isn't adequate. Ask for no vote.
Further discussion on L7, Senator, anyone? Senator Liston? No. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the adoption of L7 to 1328, please say aye. All those opposed to L7, say no. All right, the noes have it. L7 is lost. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, they're right on the other side of that wall.
All right, back to the bill. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hold on a second for me to get organized here.
There is an
There's an amendment at the
amendment
desk.
making its
Sorry,
way
I
to
have
the
an
desk.
I move Amendment L0.
Strictly
hurry.
speaking, we ought to have it read first. Mr. Schaffler, please read L6 to 1328.
Amendment L6, amend Gross Bill, page 3, line 15, after the semicolon, add.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 1328.
Very good. To the amendment.
Thank you, sir. This amendment would strike the language from the bill that encourages the state of Colorado to raise the minimum wage to $25 per hour for direct care workers by January 1st of 2028. When minimum wages increase in significant margins, the customers are the ones who are going to end up paying for this. Increasing the wage baseline for this Colorado industry, and it's a vital industry. I'll tell you why in a minute. Will only prevent everyday citizens from receiving the critical care, healthcare services that they need. This amendment would remove this aggressive shift in minimum wage requirements, ensuring that Coloradans are not priced out of the critical care due to an aggressive price hike. Like I said during this presentation, I would tell you why. My dad, at the end of his life, ended up needing 24-hour, around-the-clock care 7 days a week. And it ended up costing like $5,000 a week because he wasn't a Medicaid patient. Medicare will not cover it. And the people that are getting to this age never bought insurance because it wasn't offered to cover end-of-life expenses. So what ended up happening was that we wrote a check every week to make sure that he got the care that he wanted or that he needed because I had promised that I would keep him at home. That ended up being the right decision. Yet it ended up costing an awful lot of money. My dad was in that intensive of care for over 6 months. So it ended up transferring a lot of his estate to the people that were taking care of it. Not that we held it against them, because they were doing what we'd agreed they would do. But when you first sign up for this, you don't realize how much it's going to cost. And luckily, he and my mother were successful enough we could afford to do it. But there are people in the state of Colorado that will need that help just as badly or worse than what he did. And they're going to be not able to have that care. So I would ask for a yes vote on
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've been in that situation where a loved one, in my case, my wife's grandma was in assisted living for a very long time, and thankfully, I guess thankfully, it's a hard thing to say, passed just before what she had saved ran out, and she would have been transferred over into Medicaid. My father-in-law passed away this last summer, and we thought that we would have a lot more time with him at home with home health care, and we did not. And he passed rather quickly at Denver Hospice. Excellent service, excellent support from the folks at Denver Hospice. Unlike the amendment run by the good senator from Monument earlier, this is in the ledge deck. So this does not have the force of law, this section. It expresses a desire. It expresses the will of the state to support these folks doing this incredible work for during some of the most meaningful transitions in people's lives, that we want to make sure these folks are paid what they deserve. And right now they are overworked and underpaid. They are not underappreciated. We can't thank them enough. And one of the things we can do is say in this ledge deck, it is our intention, it is our desire that they receive the compensation that they deserve. The most likely outcome for this would not be a minimum wage explicitly statewide implemented just for these particular workers. In fact, I don't know if that kind of minimum wage would be legal, but this expresses the desire primarily, as I said, 90% of these workers do work for Medicaid. This would be the Medicaid reimbursement rate goal for these folks. We certainly don't have the funds at this point to do something like that. That's part of why this is in the ledge deck and not in the legislation itself. So completely empathize with the cost and the challenges and the difficulty. But I do feel like putting a marker in the sand about what it is we think these folks deserve to be paid is worth putting here in the ledge deck. So ask for no vote on the amendment.
The motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L006 is lost. There is an amendment arriving at the desk. It is at the desk. Mr. Schroffler, will you please read L008?
Amendment L008, amend re-engross bill, page 6, line 14.
Senator
strike-
Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L008 to House Bill 1328.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bill requires that a communication system is put in place. So it describes how the department shall collaborate with the board to develop training that informs the direct care workers about their wages, requirements, Health, Families, and Workplace Act, Family Care Act, Patient Protection Affordable Care Act, and so on, their civil rights, and so on. And then it says it will develop the contents of a website established in the section that is similarly describes how to use the communication platform, the benefits of the direct care worker participation in that platform, and the department will ensure that all of this training exists, plus the website. It gets down to on page 6, beginning line 9, within 90 days after the direct care worker website and the communication platform are established, require each direct care worker to provide documentation of a completed Know Your Rights training administered by the department. Then it goes on to require, and over the next 30 lines or so of the bill, a direct distribution of notice of all of that same information, the Know Your Rights training information, the contents of the worker website, the communication, opt-in for the communication platform, and so on. So it just becomes rather, doubling up, redundant, and all of those efforts obviously equate to cost eventually. So what L008 does is it removes that final portion after the first two, the training and the website static communication, where people are assured to know, to have been presented all that information because they get a certificate of having been trained. So what L008 would do would be to remove the requirement for a direct distribution after those first two steps. So we go from having a single redundancy or double redundancy to a single redundancy, and there will be a cost savings and a lot less effort on behalf of the agency, the state, for getting that done. So I ask for a yes vote on L008.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this eliminates the very important notice to folks of their rights. Ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No! The noes have it. L008 is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was, thinking about some of these amendments that we've been listening to and also what's in this bill. And according to Visiting Angels, and we've all heard of them, I think, 24/7 home care costs $6,630 to $7,650 weekly. Home care 3 days for 4 hours a week is more affordable at $459 to $561. But sometimes they need 24/7, as the good senator from Montrose said. Currently, home care is unaffordable for average Coloradans hoping to provide a safe living for their parents. Yes, there are issues with how direct care workers are treated and how much they are paid, but this bill will make home care even more unaffordable than it already is. The only state-funded support is Colorado Medicaid program or an HCBS waiver. So, to afford home care services for an elderly parent, a Coloradan must be very rich or very poor. This is the more serious problem that this bill fails to address. This bill certainly has good intentions of supporting and increasing pay for home care workers, but it will increase the current unaffordability of home care services. And with that,
An amendment has arrived at the desk.
you are very welcome.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L12?
Amendment L12, amending gross bill page
Senator
12.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012 to House Bill 251328.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prevent the state minimum wage for direct care workers from being raised to $17 an hour. When minimum wages increase a significant margin, the customers will be the one to pay this wage increase. Increasing the wage baseline from this vital Colorado industry will only prevent everyday citizens from receiving the critical health care services that they need. This amendment would remove this aggressive shift in minimum wage requirements, ensuring that Coloradans are not priced out of critical care due to an aggressive price hike. Like I said, I think this bill has good intentions, but I think it could be better with L012, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, I lost my mother 9 years ago. She was diagnosed with cancer and made the decision that she wanted to stay at home and My mother was a bit of a force of nature, and so you didn't really argue with her. And so we made that happen. And Kendall could not have done it without the amazing home health care folks that we hired. We hired a service who provided staffing, and they were amazing. They were amazing. But I worry, and I appreciate this amendment because I worry that we are going to price people out of availing themselves of what's a really important service. The minimum wage has actually increased since we went through this experience with my mom, and I assure you we were not paying minimum wage, but it was extraordinarily expensive. My good colleague from Montrose, it wasn't kidding when you're talking $5,000 a week. That's what it is. And I worry for those families that don't have the resources to provide this care. What happens, and where do they go? And do they not get to have those end-of-life preferences that my mother and my colleague from Montrose's father were able to have? It was truly their last wish, right? So the other thing that I worry about as well is currently I think our minimum wage is $14.81 per hour according to the Google. And when we start splitting up, picking winners and losers, if you will, of who gets paid what minimum wage applies to what industry, what job, what qualification, what certification. When we start splitting hairs to that degree here in policy, I think that is actually not good policy. When I said that I'm pretty sure I was paying more than minimum wage, I'm sure I was paying more than minimum wage because it's a free market decision, right? This is what you can hire somebody for as opposed to them taking another job for less or more. And that to me is very much what the free market is about. And if we in this legislature put our finger on that scale, I think we only have to look at what happened to the 3 municipalities that made the decision to change minimum wage within their area, and we have had to deal with that legislatively, which I kind of disagreed with. I didn't think that it was really our place to deal with it because they kind of made their bed. But when we put our finger on the scale, that worries me. Doesn't worry some other people. Stipulating a minimum wage okay. Anyway, I rise in support of this amendment and ask for your aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does not institute a minimum wage for all of these workers. This is a minimum wage for those workers who are being reimbursed through Medicaid. So this only applies to individuals who provide direct care services, including personal care services, homemaker services, or in-home support services for which a home care agency may receive reimbursement pursuant to the Colorado Medical Assistance Act. So this is only for those folks who are doing work through Medicaid. So again, this is what the state will be paying folks who are doing work for the state, paid for by the state, again. So I think while it is legitimate to make the argument, perhaps, that because the state is paying a higher wage for these folks, that private industry then would need to raise their wages to keep pace. I will say these folks are incredibly overworked, incredibly underpaid, and we value them enough that I think $17 per hour is not a crazy amount to be paying them for the work they do on behalf of the state. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Greenwood Village. Really? Okay. 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 South Denver. Anyway, thank you for making that clarification, and I appreciate that information because that is very, very helpful. I still stand in support of this amendment because, and actually for some of the reasons you just stated, I think that we are creating a situation where we are driving wages in an industry that I don't know that we need to be weighing in on this, but thank you for your information. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L12 to House Bill 1328. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L12 is lost. The motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1328. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, aye. The motion is the adoption of 1328. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1328 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1333?
House Bill 1333 by Representatives McCluskey and Duran and Senators Coleman and Rodriguez concerning the creation of the Legislative Human Resources Division to provide human resource services to the legislative branch.
I'm just arm candy.
President Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1333. Ask for aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having no opportunity to sit in the Executive Ledge Council, I don't know the history in this conversation, and really would like a little background of why the necessity to move from an office to a division would be helpful.
President Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The bill rebrands OLWR's Legislative Human Resources Division. It directs the division to provide human resource services to the legislative branch, which includes existing services required by law and additional services, such as benefits administration, compensation and classification, hiring and recruitment, as popcorn spits out of my mouth, and new employee onboarding within available resources. This is important for the efficient operation of our legislative body.
I'm not sure that would be legal if it was a machine, but it counts. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still don't understand what drove the necessity to move. I appreciate what the division's going to do, but was there a driving force or something that said we can't be an office anymore? Now we need to move in to be a division.
President Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would just say we've had a number of issues that we've had to handle through OLWR, and we see the need to make sure that we improve and make sure we have more of an efficient place for us as a legislative body to be able to go to in order to address those concerns if they do arise. As we would in any business, we don't have that here. We have one individual plus one additional staff that is supporting 100 legislators in case there happens to be an issue. I will also tell you I'm supportive of this because I happen to be the person when workplace harassment, violation, expectation claims come, it comes to me, and I really would love some help because I'm not an HR professional.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but the fiscal note and the request isn't for more people. I'm not sure why. And then another thing, how do we measure efficiency? If we want to do this to become more efficient, I'm not sure what we're doing or how we calculate efficiency in the office versus the division.
President Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll answer the first question. The second question is that I actually think that our OLWR is efficient, but most people don't know what OLWR is. Most people do know what HR is, and that's why we want to change the name.
Minority Leader Lundin.
So, colleagues, we've kind of got a double responsibility as legislators in the General Assembly. This is the way I look at it. One, we're kind of the board of directors for Enterprise Colorado. It's our job to manage the apparatus as much as we can, even though we have to force it all through the hands of the executive branch, which, based on what I heard in Appropriations Committee just an hour ago, does erratic things at times. In any case, we're the board of directors for Enterprise Colorado. If that's your only filter, then you look at 1333 and think, yeah, probably, we need to manage ourselves a little better and to have an office that will one day become a department instead of just an individual helping us manage people, then that might be a good way to do it, because at the end of the day, we want to grow our enterprise. However, we have this other job. We're not the board of directors for Enterprise Colorado. We're the representatives of the people of Colorado. And we have a responsibility to them to help them live the best life they can possibly live. And part of that, in my mind, is restraining government, because as government grows and grows and grows, it takes and takes and takes money, time, the sweat of the brow of the people of Colorado. All right, so I sit on the executive committee, which is the 6 members in leadership, controlled always by the majority party, 4 members from the majority party, 2 members from the minority party, the executive committee, and we kind of look ahead. We try to figure out how to manage the enterprise of the legislature on behalf of the enterprise of government Colorado. And this is one of those bills where it's an outgrowth of that effort. It just, well, if we're managing this operation we call Government Colorado, maybe we need to do a little bit more with our human relationships and human resources management of the people of the legislative branch, specifically the staff that grows and grows and grows. And so it makes sense. But I choose in this conversation, and at the end of the day, I'm a no vote on 1333, and I was a no vote in the executive committee on creating this next layer of organization and what I charitably at times and uncharitably at times call bureaucratic growth. I will be a no, because when it comes to this question of are we the board of directors, Government Colorado, or are we the representatives of the people of Colorado, my default answer is my first job is to really be the representatives of the people of Colorado. Now, some of you may say, well, Lundeen, that's way too nuanced of an argument, but you know what? Nuances matter. And I used to serve in the media, and the joke is, the statement is that journalists munch nuance like peanuts, but the reality is I think nuance matters, and I think we need to acknowledge nuance, and this is one of those moments where it's like, yeah, let's not take an individual staffer who's been helping manage the staff of the nonpartisan staff of the General Assembly, let's not turn that into an office, because then the next thing you know, it's going to be a department, and that requires, well, we're going to need a new building, and we're going to have to hire some people, and on it goes. And it's going to take $4 million worth of furniture. I exaggerate, colleagues, I exaggerate. I'm a no on 1333. I can understand why you can be a yes, but I would encourage you not to be. I think that a no is the right vote on 1333, and I wanted to share that with you from the perspective of somebody who has an important custodial responsibility on your behalf in leadership. And I want to call out to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It is really an honor to serve with the two, oh my gosh, they're standing right there. The two individuals that I get to serve with in leadership on the executive committee. This could be a picture for the people of Colorado. They're going to vote yes, I'm going to vote no, I got your back.
Here goes his reelection.
The motion is for the adoption of House Bill 1333. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All those opposed, no.
No! That was the loudest you guys have been on.
And yet the ayes have it, and 1333 is adopted.
Don't do that.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read 1065, the title to 1065?
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Barone and Marshall and Senator Frizzell concerning an opt-out from jury service for certain people and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1065 and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would really like to tell you about this bill. I love this bill too. It's a good bill. You know, some of us are getting older, myself especially. And as people age, they increasingly face physical and other health challenges that can make jury duty difficult. This particular bill would allow Colorado to become the 42nd state in our union to adopt a policy allowing senior citizens to opt out of jury duty temporarily or permanently. And I said there's already 41 states, and they have various ages. So, for example, in Mississippi and South Carolina, you can opt out of jury duty at age 65. There are a whole bunch of states: Alaska, California, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Oregon, Virginia, and West Virginia. You can opt out of jury duty at age 70. At age 72 in North Carolina, North Dakota, and Wyoming, which is actually the age that's stipulated in this particular piece of legislation. At 72, you can opt out. And there are other states that have the opt-out at 75 and 80. This particular bill aligned itself at 72 because that is actually the exact age where judges are no longer able to sit on trials. And so that's why that was the age that they came down on for this particular legislation over in the other chamber. This bill was actually brought by the representative from Baronville. I can't remember exactly what city he's from, Keensburg. And based on actually several requests from citizens in his jurisdiction. And it is, I think this is good policy. It's good policy for the state of Colorado. Again, this is not really novel policy because the vast, vast majority of other states in the United States adhere to it. So I would ask for your aye vote, and for some reason that's beyond my comprehension, there are people actually lined up to talk about this. So thank you.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing this bill. I heard this bill in committee and voted against it in committee, but I think it's a very nonpartisan issue, and it's an interesting one. So, respectfully, my perspective on this is, juries they have to be made up of a jury and your peers. It has to be everybody in the community. And the exceptions that we have to that are logistical. So when I was in the Army, I didn't have to be on a jury. I got to check a box because I couldn't come back to Colorado. If you're the sole caregiver in your household, same thing, because you literally can't be there. If you can be there, you have to be there. And that's a really core principle in the criminal justice system. My folks are over the age of 72. They do jury duty almost every year. Practically speaking, there's a lot of retired folks on jury duty. If there are health issues, people can get out of it. That already exists. But I think to say that, we're gonna say that this duty, this civic duty, doesn't fall on a pretty large portion of the population, I think that gets into territory that we haven't gotten into yet. So I respectfully urge a no vote on the bill.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard it in committee as well, as the good senator from Denver said. I look at a different perspective. I look at it's permissive. You can say, no, I don't want to do it. Or yes, I'm fine with still being on a jury. But I feel like that once you reach a certain age in this state, you earn the right to say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to pay taxes on my retirement. I ran that bill this year, it died. But these are things that I feel like that once you reach a certain age, that you should be able to do. That you should be able to say, I've earned a living for 3/4 of my life. I am now retired. I want to stop. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I think that you earn that right when you reach that age.
It's respecting your elders type of thing. You know, I know that when I go out, and my dad is 72, and when I go out and help him, and I always say, Dad, don't do that. I'll go over there and do it for you. He'd always say, son, I'm not dead yet. He would always tell me that I can do this. But if he ever came to the time where he's like, you know, I need your help or I need this, because he's earned that right to say, I need help. I don't want to do this. So I just feel like that once you reach a certain age, you get to have certain privileges that you choose to have. So you will choose to opt out of jury duty. I'm okay with that. I think it's great. I do see where you might shrink the jury pool a little bit, but I don't know how many people are actually going to take advantage of this. I don't think it's going to be that many, because there are a lot of people, like my grandmother, who love sitting on jury duties. But, and she's 89 years old. So anyway, I just really like this vote, this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Ball. Senator Catlin. Rock, paper, scissors. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm here to speak to the fact that there are some folks that, for whatever reason, they're as sharp as a tack. They're able to do things that younger people can't do. And in my mind, they're the people that will want to be on a jury. Then there are others that probably shouldn't be on the jury, either because of their health or their stamina, the things that go along with getting older. But I think giving them the opportunity to opt out at this age lets them be able to opt out without having to go through some questionnaire or some court employee asking them, what's your ailment, what are you doing, what do you take, what kind of medicine, all of the things that they may not really want to have to talk about. And at the age of 72, they could simply check the box and not be called for jury duty. To me, that works. The ones that are able to, I'm sure want to. And I think we should give those the opportunity. Nobody is saying you can't be there at 72 or older. We're just giving people the opportunity to opt out. I think government should be looking at more and more things that you can decide whether or not you're involved or if you're opting out. We talk about that a lot in this building, but we don't usually go follow through with it. So I'm a yes on this bill.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. This is a duty. Nobody likes doing jury duty. Everybody complains about doing jury duty. If somebody says, oh man, I got jury duty, you know what that means. It's a duty. I don't think it's a right that you earn not to do jury duty. It's something that everybody collectively has to do. And I think we should keep it that way. I encourage a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. You know, I've heard a little bit there, and I didn't really go into the bunch of data because, you know, here we all are. It's been a long day already, and why prolong? But, you know, there have been several folks who've talked about this is really going to deplete the jury pool. And just last year alone, there were almost 1 million jurors summoned, 971,143 to be exact. That's the number of summons that were issued. However, the number of jurors who actually served was less than 20,000, 19,817. So the few people who are actually going to avail themselves of this capability is not really going to deplete the jury pool if we are already sending out summons of about 1 million summons per year. So I think that that's an important piece of information. It's really important. You know, there are folks out there who, for a variety of reasons, just can't. And this is not about taking a vacation. Maybe they're caring for their husband or wife who has dementia or Alzheimer's or other physical ailments. We just talked about home health care and how people want to age in their homes, and that's great, but it comes at a price. So when we talk about this, this is policy that has been adopted throughout the United States. 41 other states have adopted policy like this. And I think that this is a solid option for our citizens in Colorado. I would point out that this was supported by AARP and a variety of other senior citizen organizations, and it's an important thing, it's an important option for our aging population in the state. So I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1065 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1295?
House Bill 1295 by Representative Rittenell and Lindsay and Senator Roberts concerning the operation of food trucks and in connection therewith establishing a definition of mobile retail food establishment and establishing reciprocity for certain licenses and permits between local government jurisdictions to allow a mobile retail food establishment to operate in multiple jurisdictions.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1295 and the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee yesterday, we adopted an amendment that reflected further negotiations with the City of Denver as well as the Colorado Municipal League to address some of their ongoing concerns as the bill came over from the House. With the amendments that we adopted yesterday, the City of Denver and the Municipal League are moving to will be moving to a neutral position on the bill. And so for that, I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do the amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L21?
Amendment L21, amend the local government and housing.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L21.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So just one more amendment to the committee report after some further conversations between CDPHE and the City of Denver. This amendment just amends what a food truck submits to the City of Denver, including a copy of the license, an application, and any history of violations if the city requests it. You're probably asking why we're doing a lot of Denver-specific amendments. That's because the City and County of Denver is the only public health department that is exempted in a lot of our state statutes, and so we have to do some language specific to the City of Denver. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on L21. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L21 to House Bill 1295. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L21 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, pleased to be joined here by the good senator from Highlands Ranch, who will be joining as a co-prime sponsor when that can happen between second and third reading. But since we are close to dinner time and folks are probably getting hungry, we'd like to talk about food trucks. This is a very good bill. This is a good bill about cutting red tape. This is a good bill about supporting entrepreneurs and important businesses in our state and in all of our communities. And because these are businesses on wheels and they like to move to different locations from time to time to offer their services in many different places, this bill creates a situation where they can have some reciprocity of their fire licenses and of their health licenses across jurisdictions in our state. A lot of work has gone into this bill from the point it was introduced. Of course, there are local control concerns and public health concerns about this. And as I mentioned, we worked closely with the various stakeholders to adopt amendments to get them to a good place. And it's our understanding that Colorado Municipal League, CCI, and the City and County of Denver will be moving to a neutral position with all of these amendments. But at the end of the day, like I said, this is about supporting these businesses on wheels that are good economic drivers, provide great service and food, and I think reciprocity makes a lot of sense for their licensure.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is a great free enterprise bill. It cuts red tape. You know, food trucks are a great way for small business people, entrepreneurs, a lot of immigrants, a lot of minorities get started in business this way. I think we've all enjoyed food trucks. We had some here at the Capitol last week. And this bill just makes a lot of sense to me. You don't have to get the fire permit. You don't have to get the health permit at every single jurisdiction. You get some reciprocity there. But very important, the local jurisdictions, if they do have particular unique regulations around food trucks that they need to respond to their local community, they can still enforce those regulations. So I think it's a great compromise bill, and it helps some business entrepreneurs out there, and I would urge members to support the bill.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I sit on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, and we heard this bill. Was that the right committee? It was local government. I'm sorry. Yeah, local government. There's so many of the bills. Yeah, local government. Yeah, it was just yesterday. And I want to commend the sponsors that they've really fine-tuned this bill and have worked together with both the municipalities. And it really is, I want to emphasize what the good senator from Highlands Ranch said. You know, this is a great way for entrepreneurs, young and old, especially to get into a business that they can afford. We also heard from the company that actually builds the food trucks. You know, fascinating that they build them here in Denver, and they're custom designed, not only the trucks, but the trailers. And they customize them. Lord knows how it's done on the inside, but it was very fascinating. And I want to say, as a potential food truck owner myself, after hearing this, I would urge, and I vote in all sincerity. No, it's a great bill, and I think the sponsors have done a good job. And when I get my food truck, I'll be sending you all an invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was also on the committee that heard this bill, and I was skeptical on it initially because I was concerned about the local control issues. But what it ends up saving for the food trucks that want to work across municipalities saves them the inspection costs in a couple of ways. One is just paying for those, for fire and for all those things that just are duplicative across the different municipalities. They are still, however, subject to local fees and so on. So the local municipalities still have control, but those trucks don't have to keep paying the same thing for the same inspection over and over and over. The biggest savings by one business operator who told us who operates 10 trucks, one witness said that the biggest saving for him is not having to wait around for the inspection to come through and paying people to sit and not generate any revenue. So, at any rate, in the end, I'm very convinced that this is a proper use of state government across municipalities. And even though there's still some resistance, I think they'll get used to that. And I think it's the right choice for us to do to try to support local business. And it's a really good entry-level local business also, that it's not super expensive to get into. And they just, they end up working so hard for so long of the day, but they can get ahead and make a really nice living for themselves. I think this is really good for Colorado, so I urge and I vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 25-1295? Senator Carson? No. Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 25-1295. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. HB 25-1295 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title of, let me turn the page, HB 25-1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Ricks and Bacon and Senators Exum and Danielson concerning security deposits submitted to landlords by residential tenants.
Oh, it's Senatorial 5. Oh, are we good? Okay, sorry. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1249 in the Business and Labor Committee report.
Thank you. To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
Yes, we made a number of amendments in the Business and Labor Committee report, and to make the bill better around clarifying some definitions and some considerations on folks living in mobile home parks, and we asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Report to 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Business, Labor, and Technology Report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill makes several changes in state law regarding security deposits that landlords collect from tenants, including tenant payment through installments, scope of coverage, documentation of damages beyond wear and tear, normal wear and tear, and walk-through inspections, among others, and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for this bill and for the several discussions we've had in negotiations over the bill that has helped address several of the concerns in my community and of myself immensely. Coming out of committee, there were still concerns that hadn't fully been addressed, but there had been a commitment to get to a way that we would address those concerns. We have now, and so I offer.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L34?
Amendment L34, amend
Senator
re-engross bill.
Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move L34 to House Bill 1249.
Thank you. Please tell us about it.
L34 clarifies that the normal wear and tear for which a portion or all of a security deposit cannot be withheld does not include uncleanliness that renders a dwelling unit substantially less clean than it was when the lease began. It also adds language clarifying that if there isn't a reasonable and practicable time for agreement that a landlord and tenant can meet to conduct a walkthrough inspection, that requirement is waived. And then it clarifies that there is a process by which a tenant can request documentation for anything that is for any part of the security deposit that is withheld, and that within 14 days of that request, the landlord must provide it rather than the automatic provision that requires some documentation and immediacy in the current form of the bill. I ask for an aye vote on L34.
Thank you. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the good senator from Pueblo for bringing this. We've had several discussions about this. I think it does clarify some things and makes the bill better, so I'm good with the amendment and ask for an aye vote on L34.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L34? Seeing none, Senator Purcell, okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L34 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L034 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interesting bill, and tries to redefine the relationship between a landlord and a tenant. So I understand the intent of where it's going, and I understand the goals that it's trying to achieve. And much like the senator from Pueblo, see some interesting pieces in there that might need a little bit of clarification. And I feel like right now is the best time to do that. And with that,
there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L22?
Amendment L22,
Senator
amend
Bright.
re-engross bill.
Senator Bright.
thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L22 to House Bill 1249.
Excellent. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L22.
Yes, so this addresses a section of the bill within the bill, number 3, item C on page 7, and that paragraph states, a tenant may bring a court action for treble damages, reasonable attorney fees, and court costs only if the landlord fails to return the entire security deposit or any withheld portion to the tenant within 7 days after receiving a demand and notice of the tenant's intention to file legal proceedings as described in subsection 3A of this section. And then this piece, this amendment adds, and a court finds clear and convincing evidence that the landlord acted with willful or malicious bad faith. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to highlight the possibility of an honest mistake that might happen, and we can avoid tying up the courts with trivial matters, and we can very much focus on those folks who are willful in their conduct, those landlords that are not acting in good faith, and we can make sure that those are the ones that are addressed in our courts, and our courts aren't clogged up with just clerical issues. And we really want to make sure that, again, these adjustments to this bill make it even better. So I encourage an aye vote on L22.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L22? Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Platteville for bringing the amendment. This does not make the bill better. We'd ask for a no vote for L22.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L22? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L22 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L22 fails. Thank you very much. To the bill. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I want to address one consideration, and that is the responsibility and service work maintaining an apartment or a rental by someone other than the landlord himself. So let me introduce this, please.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L29?
Amendment L29, amend reimbursed bill, page 10,
Senator
after line
Baisley.
19.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L029 to House Bill 1249.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L29.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would simply add to, just before the bill ends at the petition clause, this would just add the words for accepting a third-party inspection service or property manager. It says notwithstanding any provision of the section. This section does not apply to a landlord that hires a licensed property manager or third-party inspection service. So I think that would address my area of concern, and it avoids some duplication for professionals already subject to licensing and accountability standards, streamlines compliance, and limits redundant government oversight. So I would urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L29? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we're just, this policy is crafted for the bad actors in the industry, and you know, that's who we're trying to get after. So we ask a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L29? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L29 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L29 fails. To the bill. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, let's see. Sorry, I'm getting organized. I have several concerns. First of all, I want to voice my appreciation to the bill sponsors, both in the House and here, on their work to make this bill better, because it was originally really, really hard for landlords, property owners, and created kind of an untenable situation for them. But one of the things that I think is important are the treble damages that are addressed on page 6 and page 7. when it comes to wrongful retention of the security deposit in violation. So if we look at page 6, down on line 22, it refers to that if the landlord doesn't return the security deposit in the appropriate amount of time for perhaps reasons not of their own doing, although some of those are addressed in this bill, it renders a landlord liable for trouble the amount of that portion that was wrongfully withheld from the tenant. And I think that that's a little concerning, or very concerning.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L31?
Amendment L31, amending Gross Bill,
Senator
page
Frizzell.
6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L031 to House Bill 1249.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L31.
Yes, thank you. So, members, what this simply does is it removes the reference to the word trouble when it comes to the amount of the portion of the security deposit that must be reimbursed. It just requires the landlord to reimburse the damage deposit that was withheld in error. And I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The section that the amendment addresses is existing law, and it's a traditional remedy for renters and their disputes across multiple states. So we'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L31? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L31 to 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L31 fails. To the bill. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment I would like to introduce was, the other thing that concerns me on this bill is what I feel is kind of a bit broad definition of, or a broadened definition of normal wear and tear on page 4 at the top of the page. It's that particular section says normal wear and tear means deterioration, which was already in statute, but it includes and expands to include the words deterioration, damage, or uncleanliness that occurs. And I want to first say thank you to the bill sponsors for accepting the previous amendment around this, because I think that it helps with that uncleanliness definition, but with that I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L32?
Amendment L32, amending Gross Bill.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L032 to House Bill 1249.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L32.
Thank you. This simple amendment simply actually removes those words, the damage or uncleanliness, and just leaves the definition of normal wear and tear means deterioration. And because I think that it's really important that we look at this could mean a lot of different things, this concept of damage or uncleanliness, or what normal wear and tear is. And normal wear and tear can be a whole bunch of different things. It can be very easy to fix cosmetic things, countertop scratches, normal wear of appliances, fading paint, things like, I don't know, worn carpet, normal wear in carpet. But then you have examples of damage which have now been included in this bill, and that can be broken windows. I mean, examples of damage that are not normal wear and tear. And that could be smoke damage, it could be damage caused by pets, and I have my own story about pet damage, and I'll discuss that in another amendment. But I think that this is, what has been introduced here is very, very broad, and I worry that it leaves interpretation up to, hopefully not the courts, but it is very subjective. What is damage? What is normal wear and tear? So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing the amendment. I agree that there was some clarification problems with definitions in the original bill, and that's why we accepted Amendment L34 from the good senator from Pueblo, and I believe that clears it up. So this amendment is not needed. So we ask for a no vote on Amendment L32.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L32? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L32 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L32 fails. To the bill. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just made mention of damage caused by pets, which is, I think, a little different than what we're talking about here. And I think, and I have, not surprisingly, an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L33?
Amendment L33, amend Ring Rose
Senator
Bill, page
Frizzell.
4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L033 to House Bill 1249.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L33.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This amendment actually piggybacks a little bit on the original amendment offered by the good senator from Pueblo, but this amendment specifies that normal wear and tear does not include any damage that's caused by a tenant's pet animal. And I want to talk about this based on my own personal experience, although I think any landlord would have significant comments on damage that they have experienced to their property because of pets. And, you know, hopefully you have an additional deposit that you're able to assess if you are accepting pets. I think that that's a whole nother piece of legislation that I don't know where it is. But here's the thing. My own experience was at one point in my life, decided to move into Castle Rock, and this was at the beginning of the Great Recession, when nobody could sell property. The market was just completely flat or declining. And so I made the choice to rent my home outside of Larkspur, and I purchased a home in Castle Rock. But my home that I was rented, and I had a property manager because I didn't want to deal with that. And unfortunately, one of the times when we got my house back, after people had rented it for a couple of years, there was so much pet damage that we had to completely replace carpet. It was not retrievable, and a lot of other stuff. So essentially, the security deposit was a drop in the bucket compared to what I had to pay to bring my property back up to habitability. And that is not that unusual. So I think that damage caused by pets should be held out as separate. While it does fall under the umbrella of, stained carpets and all of that, I feel like it's a separate issue, and I wanted to acknowledge that in this bill, and I ask for an aye vote on L033.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the sponsors for their grace and their patience with me and the amendments that we've worked through both in committee and here. And there is extensive discussion in subsection 3.5 of the bill dealing with the carpets and the paint, and it doesn't explicitly call out pet related damages, but it does go into damages. It's clear that that's what it's talking about, among other things. And one of the amendments we adopted clarified exactly how you could charge for a replacement that I think addresses the issue. We had discussions on the mic about, well, what if there's urine in one particular room from the pet, it's just in the living room? Well, certainly you have the right to recover all the carpeting and the underlayment and the costs associated with laying that down. If it's throughout the whole unit, then you have absolutely the right to replace that throughout the whole unit. And we had extensive clarifying language to that added into amendment in committee that we just adopted in the committee report. And so I do believe that this issue is addressed. And again, I thank the sponsors for their work with me on that.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L33? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L033. It never hurts to make sure. I've seen damage so extreme you even had to take out the subfloor, replace it. Doors, when a dog is wanting to get into another room, they can tear up doors, the whole door jamb, all of that. So I rise in full support of 033.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L33? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L33 to HB 25-1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L33 fails. To the bill. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I too sit on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, as well as, it was in BLT, right? Yeah. And we heard this bill just the other day. And colleagues, I tell you, being a landlord is tough. It's never been easy. It sounds easy, but it's only gotten tougher over the last few years. And with the ever increasing complexity of landlord-tenant law, as I've said before on previous bills, I don't even understand why, certainly mom and pop organizations or mom and pop would want to be in the landlord business, because it's no easy way to try and make a living and just protect your property. And as proof of that, this is something that has just come out this year. It's actually the 14th edition. I'm sure it's gotten bigger. It's the Legal Handbook for Rental Housing in Colorado, the 14th edition, which was just updated just barely 30 days ago. And it's by the Colorado Apartment Association. And it gets into, I won't read through obviously everything. It's 482 pages of very detailed small print, but it gets into applications and screening. These are just general topics. Colorado lease contracts, landlord entry rights, the Denver rental licensing, lead-based paint, Colorado warranty of habitability act, radon disclosures, Colorado real estate brokerage law, discrimination complaints, defamation, utilities, marijuana and smoking, fire and carbon monoxide alarms, registered sex offenders, evictions, bed bugs and pet infestation, death of a tenant. I'll just stop there. But can you imagine say mom and pop, that they own a duplex or a sixplex or a couple of duplexes, that when they got into the business 3 or 5 or even 10 years ago, probably this handbook was probably 30 or 50 pages. Today it's 480 pages, and quite frankly, it probably takes an attorney, a good attorney that understands landlord-tenant law, to get through all of this. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L24?
Amendment L24, amend re-engross bill, page 10, after line 19, insert 12, on and after January 1st.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L024 to
Thank
House
you.
Bill 1249.
Perfect. That is a great motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Very good. Well, members and to the sponsors, as I've tried to show you, is that the running even a small complex, 4 or 6 or 8 units, whatever, is extremely tough. And what this amendment is attempting to do is it creates an online resource to help small landlords meet the documentation requirements without having to hire all the time legal and administrative support. I imagine that probably most small landlords probably already have an attorney, but they don't want to have to call the attorney each and every time, especially when you find out that hourly rates for, here in the Denver area is anywhere from $350 to $450 an hour. It doesn't take too long to realize that if you have an attorney, even their good friend or an attorney, that your legal bills could run into the thousands of dollars. So what this does, Amendment L024, is that through existing resources, the Department of Local Affairs can develop an online resource, a website that will help at least with some of the basics to mom and pop small landlords to be able to navigate the complexities of landlord-tenant relationships. It can be done with existing resources. It's something that is good for the tenant and it's good for the landlord, because if the landlord isn't having to spend a lot of money on legal fees, and to get things done amicably between a landlord and a tenant, that really helps everybody. So with that in mind, members, I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L024. This is a win-win situation. It helps the tenants, it helps the landlords, and it keeps costs down. I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L024.
Thank you, Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for bringing the amendment. We don't want to make this issue too complicated. That's why we clarified some responsibilities for tenants and landlords in the bill, and this is not needed. So I ask for a no vote on L24. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L024? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L24 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L24 fails. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make a few comments on the bill here, 1249. And I will say, certainly after this session and after this legislation, if it passes, that handbook that the good senator from Colorado Springs had is going to require quite a few new additions to it. And that's really my concern, is that we're putting more and more regulations on this industry of renting properties, being a landlord. A lot of these folks are not large business people. They're smaller people. Maybe they've accumulated some properties over the years. And you really are getting to the point now where you not only have to have a handbook like that, but you probably got to have an attorney advising you, $350 an hour, $400 an hour. So this is getting to be an awful lot of rules and regulations around being a landlord. So I'm assuming that part of the intent of this legislation is to get at what you might call difficult landlords, neglectful landlords. And certainly they're out there. I think they're hopefully a pretty small percentage of landlords. But I think the legislation should focus more on that part of the industry, what you might call the difficult or neglectful landlords. So I do have an amendment that I would like to offer to the bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L30?
Amendment L30, amend reading gross bill, page 4, line 11, strike and 11 and substitute.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L030.
That is the proper motion. Please tell us about L030.
So this amendment would apply the bill's provisions only in those counties where security deposit complaints exceed a threshold of 10 complaints per 1,000 rental units annually, tracked by the Department of Local Affairs, Division of Housing. Basically, that's 1%. And, you know, so it gets really at, if there is, nice thing about this is if we don't have a lot of complaints, then the bill's not going to apply, and, or at least provisions of the bill are not going to apply around the rental deposit, which we're taking down quite a bit. We're really telling people in the business what they can, how they can structure their deposits, how much of a deposit they can have. And I think it's unnecessary if you've got a, you know, a jurisdiction where there aren't a lot of problems. And so with that, I would urge, and I vote on this amendment, it's L030, apply it just to that 1%. Counties where have more than 1% of the properties have complaints.
Thank you. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the good senator from Highlands Ranch for bringing the amendment. You know, that would be great if we could kind of corner out areas where we had more problems or less problems, but we want to be fair to the entire state. And we wanted to clarify what the landlords and tenants' responsibilities are, and I believe that's what we did in the bill, so this amendment is not needed. I'd ask for a no vote on Amendment L30. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L30? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L30 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L30 fails. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, no matter how well-intentioned bills are, after they've been in place for a while, I think it's very important to have a reevaluation, kind of look at what's working, what's not working, and have a report where this assembly is the one that's making this policy. Let this General Assembly have a look and make sure it's working like it's intended to. So with that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L26?
Amendment L26, amend reading gross
Senator
bill, page
Pelton.
4.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L26.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about
Yes,
your amendment.
thank you. What this amendment does is in 5 years, there would be a report from DOLA, and then it would be presented to the General Assembly to reevaluate this program, look at the disputes between tenants and landlords, and kind of make sure it's working the way it's intended to. So with that, I urge a yes vote on 026.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L026? Senator Danielson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We don't think that this is a necessary step. We also don't want to cost the taxpayers any extra, so we urge a no vote on L26. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L26? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L26. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L26 fails. To the bill. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And here we are with another landlord-tenant bill. You know, when I looked at that book that the good senator from Colorado Springs had about all the rules and regulations that have come down on tenant landlord bills, that's pretty daunting. And I know that this bill is about strengthening tenant protections concerning security deposits by reducing financial burdens within the lease agreement. But, you know, it's going to be one more thing. It's going to be one more thing because we haven't seen any of these work yet, and I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L23?
L23, amend reading Bill, page 10, after line 19, insert 12, on or before January 1st,
Senator
2026.
Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023 to House Bill 251249.
That is the proper motion. Please tell us about L23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, I've lost count over the last 7 years that I've been here that we've had these landlord-tenant bills, and I haven't seen any of y'all's work yet, or we wouldn't keep doing this. It's like Groundhog Day. But this amendment requires the Department of Local Affairs to conduct an economic impact analysis to evaluate how increased compliant costs could affect local housing markets and tax revenue. In an effort to protect taxpayers, requiring an economic review ensures lawmakers, us, fully understand how the bill may increase housing costs or reduce tax revenue, protecting taxpayers from unintended consequences. And this amendment promotes informed, data-driven policymaking. Now, who does not like to see data-driven policymaking? My gosh. We were in committee the other day on another landlord-tenant bill, and I learned that there were experts in affordable housing in the Department of Local Affairs. So they could actually do this for us, and maybe we could solve this once and for all. I urge and I vote on L023 to House Bill 251249.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L23? Senator Danielson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, we're talking about a bill that is it's going to protect renters from having their security deposits unjustly taken at the end of their stay, I guess. This is an unnecessary amendment. It is also going to drive a fiscal note, which is impact to the taxpayers to conduct a study and report back on it for something that we don't need and no one was crying out for. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L23? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L23 to HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L23 fails. To the bill, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment here that I'll get to in just a second. You bet.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L27?
Amendment L27, amend reading Bill.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam. This is an amendment L027 to House Bill 12. I need to move Amendment 027 to House Bill 1249.
That is perfect. Please tell us about L27.
Thank you, ma'am. This amendment states that if a tenant fails to schedule or participate in a pre-move-in inspection within a set window of time, the landlord should not be penalized for failing to document pre-existing damage. This amendment ensures that landlords aren't unfairly penalized for a tenant's failure to comply with inspection procedures. It avoids unnecessary legal conflicts and keeps rent from increasing due to compliance risks. I'd ask for a yes vote on Amendment 27.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the good senator from Montrose. This was one of the issues that was brought up in committee by a member of the general public, and specific to public housing units, it was a concern. If the landlord and the tenant or try to set an arrangement, a time to go through it, and the tenant doesn't show, is the landlord at that point out of compliance? And so we address that in Amendment L034 in the second section of that. And so I think the language that we settled on with the opponents of the bill and the proponents of the bill and the good senator from Colorado Springs properly address it. So this amendment is not necessary, but thank you.
Thank you. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what we were talking about in the committee was the move-out inspections, because that's when most people have rubs between the landlord and the tenant. So this tries to deal with the amendment before the individual moves in, so that damage inspection doesn't get held against him. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L27? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L27. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L27 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, or is there any further discussion on HB 1249? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 1249. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. 1249 is adopted as amended. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the title of HB 25-1309?
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Brown and Titone and Senators Cutter and Gonzalez concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 25-1309 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we adopted an amendment to ensure that the department, the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise at the Division of Insurance is able to first accept gifts, grants, and donations, and thereafter also allow the enterprise to expend those dollars to ensure compliance in the individual market with the federal Hyde Amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services report to HB 25-1309. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The Health and Human Services report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members. I am honored to bring forward this bill because it is ensuring that we are codifying in statute the access to gender-affirming care for Coloradans, particularly legally protected health care, including gender-affirming care, so that they're no longer vulnerable to being undone by future administrations. It also removes testosterone from the prescription drug monitoring program, which has been misused in other states to target both providers and patients. This bill is really at its core about standing with folks who've been pushed to the margins and ensuring that our laws and our statute books reflect our values. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really honored to carry this bill along with my colleague, the good senator from Denver. And I believe strongly in protecting the right of every person to make decisions about their own body. I've stood up here several times and said that about various things. This consistent, without political interference, without stigma, and without fear. I want to reiterate that we are not creating new rights or expanding any coverage with this bill. We're just protecting what already exists because we believe that in Colorado, people should comply with the laws of our state. So we're only codifying what is actually already existing. My colleague mentioned removing testosterone, and basically this is just about bodily autonomy and respecting the expertise of medical providers and really the humanity of every patient. I am so pleased to stand up here and support this for all of our friends in the trans community, and I respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on 1309? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address an area that is not contemplated in the bill, and I'll start out by introducing an amendment towards that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L014?
Amendment L14, amend re-engross bill, page 3, line 17, strike care and substitute care for an individual who is 21 years of age or older.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move.
L014.
Thank you. I move L14 to House Bill 1309.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the bill, as described by the sponsors appropriately, it does codify what is already required for health care benefit plans. But I want to focus on certain words in here in the version that I have, which is the corrected introduced. Reads at the bottom of page 3, line 21, a health benefit plan shall not deny or limit gender-affirming care that is medically necessary as determined by the physical or behavioral health care provider who prescribes the gender-affirming health care and prescribed in accordance with generally accepted standards of care for the profession. So, as we would have it, just yesterday, May 1, Thursday of this week, was issued a report from the United States Department of Health and Human Services called the Treatment of Pediatric Gender Dysphoria. So that just came out, and I want to read just the introduction, the forward, and then a little bit of what's in the executive summary. But this is to emphasize what's in my amendment, which would focus on exempting the youth from this bill. Over the past decade, the number of children and adolescents who question their sex and identify as transgender or non-binary has grown significantly. Many have been diagnosed with a condition known as gender dysphoria and offered a treatment approach known as gender-affirming care. This approach emphasizes social affirmation of a child's self-reported identity, puberty-suppressing drugs to prevent the onset of puberty, cross-sex hormones to spur the secondary sex characteristics of the opposite sex, and surgeries, including mastectomy and, in rare cases, vaginoplasty. Thousands of American children and adolescents have received these interventions. While sexual nonconformity itself is not pathological and does not require treatment, the use of pharmacological and surgical interventions as treatments for pediatric gender dysphoria has been called medically necessary and even life-saving. Motivated by a desire to ensure their children's health and well-being, parents of transgender-identified children and adolescents often struggle with how to best support them. Many of these children and adolescents have co-occurring psychiatric or neurodevelopmental conditions, rendering them especially vulnerable. And when they seek professional help, they and their families should receive compassionate, evidence-based care tailored to their specific needs. Society has a special responsibility to safeguard the well-being of children, and given that the challenges faced by these patients intersect with deeply contested issues of moral and social significance, including social identity, sex and reproduction, bodily integrity, and sex-based norms of expression and behavior, the medical practices that have recently emerged to address their needs have become a focus of significant controversy. This review was published against the backdrop of growing international concern about pediatric medical transition. Having recognized the experimental nature of these medical interventions and their potential harm, health authorities in a number of countries have imposed restrictions. For example, the United Kingdom has banned routine use of puberty blockers as an intervention for pediatric gender dysphoria. Health authorities have also recognized the exceptional nature of this area of medicine. That exceptionalism is due to a convergence of factors, and one is that the diagnosis of gender dysphoria is based entirely on subjective self-reports and behavioral observations without any objective physical, imaging, or laboratory markers. The diagnosis centers on attitudes, feelings, and behaviors that are known to fluctuate during adolescence. Additionally, the natural history of pediatric gender dysphoria is poorly understood, though existing research suggests it will remit without intervention in most cases. Medical professionals have no way to know which patients may continue to experience gender dysphoria and which will come to terms with their bodies. Nevertheless, the gender-affirming model of care includes irreversible endocrine and surgical interventions on minors with no physical pathology. These interventions carry risk of significant harms, including infertility, sterility, sexual dysfunction, impaired bone density accrual, adverse cognitive impacts, cardiovascular disease and metabolic disorders, psychiatric disorders, surgical complications, and regret. Meanwhile, systematic reviews of the evidence have revealed deep uncertainty about the purported benefits of those interventions. The controversies surrounding the medical transition of minors extend beyond scientific debate. They are deeply cultural and political. Public discourse is dominated by intensely polarizing narratives. Some view the medical transition of minors as a pressing civil rights issue, while others regard it as a profound medical failure and a sobering reminder that even modern medicine is vulnerable to serious error. And in the midst of this highly charged debate, children and adolescents and their families who seek only to support their flourishing have found themselves caught between competing perspectives. They require and are entitled to accurate, evidence-based information to guide their decisions. This review of evidence and best practices was commissioned pursuant to Executive Order 14187, signed on January 28, 2025. It is not a clinical practice guideline. It does not issue legislative or policy recommendations. Rather, it seeks to provide the most accurate and current information available regarding the evidence base for the treatment of gender dysphoria in this population, the state of the relevant medical field in the United States, and the ethical considerations associated with the treatments offered. The review is intended for policymakers, clinicians, therapists, medical organizations, and importantly, patients and their families. It summarizes, synthesizes, and critically evaluates the existing literature on best practices for promoting the health and well-being of children and adolescents with distress related to their sex or social expectations associated with their sex. Treatment of adults constitutes a separate topic and is not addressed in this review. A summary of the review's main findings is presented below. So in the 409 pages of this report, I'm going to read just a couple of bullet points. In many areas of medicine, treatments are first established as safe and effective in adults before being extended to pediatric populations. In this case, however, the opposite occurred. Clinician researchers developed the pediatric medical transition protocol in response to disappointing psychosocial outcomes in adults who underwent medical transition. The protocols were adopted internationally before the publication of the first outcome studies. In recent years, in response to dramatic shifts in the number of clinical profiles of minor patients, as well as to multiple systematic reviews of evidence, health authorities in an increasing number of countries have restricted access to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, and in the rare cases where they were offered, surgeries for minors. These authorities now recommend psychosocial approaches rather than hormonal or surgical interventions as the primary treatment. I'll repeat that important line. These authorities now recommend psychosocial approaches rather than hormonal or surgical interventions as the primary treatment. There is currently no international consensus about best practices for the care of children and adolescents with gender dysphoria. So, while this bill goes straight forward and just says the health benefit plan shall not deny or limit gender-affirming health care that is medically necessary as determined by the physical or behavioral health care provider who prescribes the gender-affirming health care and prescribed in accordance with generally accepted standards of care for the profession. We need to respect certainly the adults and their choices and their care for themselves. But for the young, let's respect them with a measure of wisdom. I ask you please to pass L014. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L014? Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think the most important thing to understand here is that we do not, this study is from people who don't take science seriously. So therefore, it's difficult to take the findings of this seriously. This is politics. It was produced by the administration under an order titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. That's very inflammatory language. Every major medical organization, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Psychiatric Association, has publicly denounced this report. I could go into all kinds of statistics about the good this does. Access to gender-affirming care, including hormone therapy, is associated with reduced depression and anxiety in transgender people. Providing gender-affirming care reduces suicide risk by, and I know we all care about that, by 73%, and psychological distress by 39%, cutting emergency health care costs. So we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in agreement with most of what the good senator from Jefferson County just said, except that this report is from the United States Health and Human Services Department. Just came out, and it is not for the general public. This is the treatment for pediatric gender dysphoria. So let's move on with the codification, but not for those who are still young and developing. And let's also give regard to most of Europe that has learned the lesson of applying these adult solutions to young folks who are regretting it in their adulthood. Let's not commit them to something that they are not old enough to be deciding for. Let's let them finish their development and then make their decisions. So I urge that I vote for the sake of the young. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Actually, no, go ahead.
Oh, Senator Carson. Are you to this amendment?
On the amendment. I would
Okay.
like to speak.
L014, that's what we're on.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
speak in favor of the senator from Woodland Park's amendment. I serve on the Health Committee. We heard this bill yesterday, and I understand the position of the senator from Denver, the senator from from Jefferson County, that this merely codifies existing law. But of course, this amendment would change some of that, and I think it's an important discussion to have. This is a very polarizing issue in our country, in our state today. Whatever your feelings about it are, I think the senator from Woodland Park raises some important issues. I think a lot of people feel like they have several concerns. The issues dealing with transition with minors and how much of that should be paid for through mandating health plans. And secondly, that broader issue, is this the type of thing that we should mandate being covered by all of the health plans? Or is it in a number of cases falling more into the elective realm of treatments and surgeries and so forth? And I do want to read one paragraph from the report that the senator from Woodland Park read, the treatment for pediatric gender dysphoria by the Department of Health and Human Services. Because I think this paragraph really summarizes for the state and the country where we're at with this issue. And it states, the controversy surrounding the medical transition of minors extend beyond scientific debate. They are deeply cultural and political. Public discourse is dominated by intensely polarizing narratives. Some view the medical transition of minors as a pressing civil rights issue, while others regard it as a profound medical failure and a sobering reminder that even modern medicine is vulnerable to serious error. In the midst of this highly charged debate, children and adolescents and their families who seek only to support their flourishing have found themselves caught between competing perspectives. They require and are entitled to accurate, evidence-based information to guide their decisions. And so I think the senator from Woodland Park has really put his finger on a very important issue here. This amendment deals, 21 years and over, which I think an awful lot of people would say, that's an appropriate cutoff. Some might say 18. Whatever your position is, I do think we should be concerned about just jumping in and automatically covering a lot of these things for minors. It may turn out to be something that we have to revisit down the road. And a lot of other countries around the world, viewpoints are changing on this within their medical professions as well. And so I think the senator from Woodland Park has brought up a good amendment. I'll be supporting the amendment. I voted no in the committee on the bill, and I will be opposing the bill here on the floor. But this is a good amendment to add to the bill.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L014 to HB 13? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. I see a lot of quotes being made about this report that just came out. This scientific report that just came out. National Institute of Health Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya said, quote, "Our duty is to protect our nation's children, not to expose them to unproven and irreversible medical interventions. We must follow the gold standard of science, not activist agendas," says the press release that accompanies the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services report. If that is so, then why don't they actually publish the names of any of the authors, of any of the scientists, the doctors, the researchers? If they are so, in fact, willing to say, yeah, let's follow the gold standards of science, but we're not going to actually publish the names of any of the authors of this big 400-page report that we can now wave around and say, let's go and, remove access to medically proven health care that will save lives. This is not new science. What a charade. Every major medical association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, recognized, you want to keep kids alive? Give them medical care for gender dysphoria. We are not going to go back to the days of conversion therapy, a practice that Colorado banned years ago. Ask for a no vote, because gender-affirming care is health care, and it is legally protected health care here in the state of Colorado.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014 to HB 1309. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L14 fails. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about House Bill 251309. something that we all went through growing up. We all went through puberty. We all couldn't figure out what was going on, how we were changing. Doesn't mean that there was something wrong with us, it just means that we were going through a natural part of life. If we want to try to provide a permanent fix to a temporary situation that will alter kids' lives for the rest of their lives in a really bad way, then maybe this is the path we want to go down. But looking at the rest of the world, the European countries that have pursued this path and are now retracting and saying, wow, I think we made a mistake. I think we may have gone the wrong direction. I think we might be harming kids for permanent based on a temporary situation that they're going through. The Department of Health and Human Services report that's been cited by those folks that have been up here before me came out yesterday, 3 hours or so before we heard this bill in committee. There's a lot of information in here that I think is really important. And underneath every single page, the citations are as long as the text itself, citing doctors, studies, 2006, 2021, 2023, 2025. Next page, 2024, 2021. All these studies that were done before our current president of the United States was elected to office for the second time. And so on page 3 of the forward specifically says, this seeks to provide the most accurate and current information available regarding the evidence base for the treatment of gender dysphoria in this population, the state of the relevant medical field in the United States, and the ethical considerations associated with the treatments offered. And this is from the Department of Health and Human Services. If we're not trusting the Department of Health and Human Services regarding our health and health decisions, I mean, this is a huge departure from what I've heard for the last 115 days up here. I feel like we're taking kids down a path that we're never going to be able to bring them back from. This bill requires insurance to cover lip implants, cheek implants. But what about when those folks realize that maybe they've gone down the wrong path and they want to come back? Does it cover that too? It doesn't. I just want to talk a little bit about some of the excerpts in here that really, really raised my awareness, raised my red flags about the path that we're going down, because I feel like it won't be very long before we're looking at this saying, wow, we passed a bill, we did some permanent damage, and now it's proven to be non-effective, and we need to walk this back. And how do we walk this back? How do we take back what we've done? In many areas of medicine, treatments are first established as safe and effective in adults before being extended to pediatric populations. That means that we see if it works on adults before we try it on kids that don't even have a consent. In this case, however, the opposite occurred. The clinician researchers developed the pediatric medical transition protocol in response to disappointing psychosocial outcomes in adults who underwent medical transition. The protocols were adopted internationally before the publication of the first outcome studies. This is all not during the current administration. And in recent years, in response to dramatic shifts in the number and clinical profiles of minor patients, as well as to multiple systematic reviews of evidence, health authorities in an increasing number of countries have restricted access to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, and in the rare cases where they were offered, surgery for minors. These authorities now recommend psychosocial approaches rather than hormonal or surgical interventions as the primary treatment. There is currently no international consensus about the best practices for the care of children and adolescents with gender dysphoria, yet we walk down this path of permanent change. Further, the risks of pediatric medical transition include infertility, sterility, sexual dysfunction, impaired bone density accrual, adverse cognitive impacts, cardiovascular disease and metabolic disorders, psychiatric disorders, surgical complications, and regret. Those are all things that I would wish on my kids. Any child that approached me and said, struggling, going through puberty, let's propose a permanent solution for that, something that you can't ever recover from. I think that's a huge mistake. The gender-affirming model of care as practiced in U.S. clinics is characterized by a child-led process in which comprehensive mental health assessments are often minimized and omitted, and the patient's embodiment goals serve as the primary guide for treatment decisions. In some of the nation's leading pediatric gender clinics, assessments are conducted in a single session lasting 2 hours. So you can make a permanent decision as a minor to change you for the rest of your life, take away freedoms, joy, love for the rest of your life in a 2-hour session. There are ethical considerations with the path we're walking down. The evidence for benefit of pediatric medical transition is very uncertain, while the evidence for harm is less certain, obviously. When medical interventions pose unnecessary, disproportionate risks of harm, healthcare providers should refuse to offer them even when they are preferred, requested, or demanded by patients. Failure to do so increases the risk of iatrogenic harm and reduces medicine to consumerism, threatening the integrity of the profession and undermining trust in medical authority. These are red flags about the path we're about ready to walk down. There's been mention of this treatment preventing suicide. And as we've looked at it and tried to make sense of, does this treatment really work in preventing suicide? I'll quote, the proponents of PMT, which is pediatric medical transition, often describe it as life-saving. Some physicians recommending PMT have urged anxious parents to consent to irreversible interventions for their distressed children, warning that not doing so may increase the risk of suicide. Such claims are not supported by the evidence and have been criticized as unethical, as cited by the Clayton study of 2023, Levine study et al. 2022. The medical citations page on this page is longer than the text itself. Adolescents and adults with GD do exhibit higher rates of suicidality, including suicidal thoughts, self-harm, and suicide attempts compared to the general public. However, completed suicide among adolescents with GD remains rare. Moreover, there is no evidence that elevated suicidality can be attributed solely to GD, as is frequently occurs with other mental health conditions. A 2020 report by the Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare concluded that people with gender dysphoria who commit suicide have a very high rate of co-occurring serious psychiatric diagnosis, which in themselves sharply increase the risk of suicide. It's not possible to ascertain to what extent gender dysphoria alone contributes to this. I think we're walking down a really dangerous path here. One I know that will have regrets. One I know that will result in permanent harm to kids who aren't even of age to drive yet. I fear for the direction that this is going. I highly encourage a no vote on House Bill 1309.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this bill seeks to expand access to gender-affirming care, a goal that some in our state support, many oppose. However, as with any legislation, it is imperative that we consider not just the intent, but also the practical implications and potential unintended consequences of the bill. One area of concern is the provision that would remove testosterone, a Schedule III controlled substance, from oversight under the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, also the PDMP. The PDMP exists to ensure accountability and safety in prescribing practices for controlled substances. When you get to page 4 of the bill, under CRS 12-280-403, the requirements of this section do not apply to a prescription for testosterone. The division shall block archived testosterone prescriptions from view. And then you get to section 3 and CRS 12-280-404, except as provided in subsection 2, small c, Roman numeral 2 of this section, the program shall track all controlled substances dispensed in the state. Each pharmacy shall upload all controlled substances dispensed in each pharmacy in accordance with all applicable reporting requirements. But here's the new paragraph, Roman numeral 2. The requirements of this section do not apply to a prescription for testosterone. Testosterone therapy, particularly when administered without proper medical oversight, can have serious consequences. Individuals with undisclosed underlying conditions such as heart disease, clotting disorders, or a history of prostate cancer could face significant health risk if treatment is not coordinated through a qualified healthcare provider. Harvard Medical School and other reputable medical institutions have warned of potential complications, including increased risk of cardiovascular events and stimulation of certain cancers. I personally believe we should consider the long-term implications for healthcare costs, insurance systems, and overall patient safety. Any shift in policy that impacts the regulation of controlled substances should be thoroughly vetted with the input of medical professionals, pharmacists, and public health experts. This bill ultimately expands the state's degradation of the free market by requiring insurers to cover a broad range of medically and ethically controversial treatments. Moreover, as a result of Executive Order 14168, issued in January 2025, this bill may cause federal funding to cease. And I know that, we've already provided money, the legislature did, to sue the federal government if you don't get your funding, but I don't know why. I don't even know why you can't post that testosterone is being given. I mean, it is a controlled substance, and that causes me concern. I oppose this bill. I don't think it's ready for prime time, and There are more questions than answers.
Thank you, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yesterday in Health and Human Services, as previously described, we heard this bill. And this is a very, candidly, emotional conversation. It's very emotional. It's emotional on the part of both sides. You have the trans community who I believe they, after, and I'll back up, after testimony yesterday, but especially after testimony on House Bill 1312, which I also had the privilege to participate in. Everybody has their, it's not even opinions, their reality, and they speak from the heart. And sometimes it's really hard to hear. It's really hard. We're here to do hard things, though, right? But in talking about this bill, 1309, I think on page 2 is, beginning on page 2 is the list of gender-affirming health care includes the following, or any combination of the following. There's this quite a long list. And I asked the question, is this the list? Is this normal? Or is this an expanded list of what currently is considered gender-affirming care? And I was told, no, this is it. And I did the Google thing, and yeah. And gender-affirming care includes rhinoplasty and mandibular angle augmentation, creation, or reduction, or lip lifts, laser or electrolysis, hair removal. It's a lot of different things that we have now codified and said, insurance has to pay for this, and Medicaid has to pay for this. That means the state of Colorado. And insurance isn't required to pay for this for anybody else, really. If I want to have facial bone remodeling done, that's pretty much on me. That's out of my pocket. So some of these things I get being considered gender-affirming health care, like hormone therapy, but some of it I actually don't. I'm not getting it. And it's really up to a doctor to decide, along with the individual. And so I get what we're doing here in this bill is, putting in statute what already exists in rules. I get that. I think that we're in kind of this, in a mode, and I'm sure that there are many in this chamber who would argue with me on this or disagree with me on this, is that I feel like we're being somewhat reactive to a change in presidential administrations and perhaps legislating out of what could happen as opposed to what has happened or what we know to happen. But one thing that disappointed me, I think most, and this, again, I think there would be a lot of, we've already heard some disagreement about, is, that we are defining policy that is data-driven, that we are formulating laws in Colorado based on facts and science. And that concerns me because we have this just yesterday brand new report that's incredibly detailed and super long, and to me appears to be well researched, that says one thing. Well, it says a lot of different things, actually. It says a lot of different things, and I don't think that this report was created overnight or in 2 months or 4 months. I think that it probably took a long time to put together based on the level of detail. And this report was completely disregarded out of hand. And I get that it doesn't, really fit the paradigm that some folks live in. Just as the model of care that's recommended by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, which has their own findings, their own reports, are unfortunately not always well considered by others with a different paradigm. I think it would be good to have the conversation, and we saw this on Wednesday night in the wee hours, where you have two groups of people who love their children. You have two groups of people who care about happiness, their kids' happiness. These groups of people who have so much in common, but are light years apart. Light years apart. And as with many things, we have to sometimes try to derive what is going to be best for the citizens of Colorado. I am a no vote on 1309 for many reasons. Because it doesn't serve the entirety of this state. And I feel like that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one point before we vote on this bill, because there's a lot of talk about science and medical science. And the point I want to make is that it's not medical science telling us that this is an essential health benefit, essential health need. It's state law. It's the state of Colorado. It's the politicians telling us that it's an essential health benefit. Now, there are some cases where it is essential. There are other cases where it isn't, and obviously that depends on the type of treatment, but that should be up to the physicians and the patients involved. It shouldn't be a blanket decree by the state law that says this is always an essential health benefit. And that fact is in the fiscal note. I think this paragraph here really highlights that fact. Under the Affordable Care Act, which does not consider these treatments as essential health benefits. Under the Affordable Care Act, any mandated benefit created in state law beyond what is considered an essential health benefit is subject to state defrail, meaning the state is required to pay for the additional costs incurred by insurers to provide the benefit. So the point here is, this constant statement that this is medical science. I think there's a great deal of debate on this issue. I mean, it's very different than other fields of medicine. I mean, I think all the medical community would be pretty unanimous at this point in saying that smoking cigarettes is not good for your health, that it's bad for your health. There's a great deal of consensus on something like that. On this, this whole range of treatments, I don't think it's accurate at all to say that the medical science has developed a consensus on it. And so I think we should step back and re-examine some of this, particularly when it comes to minors, as my colleague from Woodland Park pointed out in his amendment.
Thank you, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so while we cite this new report from the Health and Human Services, that's getting poo-pooed as not good science, but yet there's confidence in what the consensus science has been. The caution that we're trying to move forward is just for the youth, and that's it. The long-term effects of moving forward with this bill to apply to anyone at any age is the caution. And I've worked with a lot of scientists in my career. I am not a scientist, but as an engineer, I deploy their science, and when I work with scientists, I learn that the good ones are the humble ones, because science is humble, and if a scientist does not approach his hypothesis with humility, then the science will humble him. Just want to read this relatively brief quote from Michael Crichton on the topic. It's one of my favorites. He says, "I want to pause here and talk about this notion of consensus and the rise of what has been called consensus science. I regard consensus science as an extremely pernicious development that ought to be stopped cold in its tracks. Historically, the claim of consensus has been the first refuge of scoundrels. It is a way to avoid debate by claiming that the matter is already settled. Whenever you hear the consensus of scientists agrees on something or other, reach for your wallet because you're being had. Let's be clear. The work of science has nothing whatever to do with consensus. Consensus is the business of politics. Science, on the contrary, requires only one investigator who happens to be right, which means that he or she has results that are verifiable by reference to the real world. In science, consensus is irrelevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with the consensus. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus, period."
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the bill sponsors, thank you. Big policy, controversial topic, challenging topic. You both care deeply about policy and bring policy well. I'm grateful for that. As I engage in this conversation, I think back to a phrase that came from a producer, a Broadway producer, Martin Gabel, who was producing Irwin Shaw's The Assassin. And downstage left, there was an ingenue making wild gesticulations, and she wasn't the focus of the play in that moment. And Gabel said, "Don't just do something, stand there." And it's a bit humorous because it's a play on don't just stand there, do something is what we all seem to think life is about. And there's an element of that confusion and disagreement in this policy at this time. The narrative today says you got to do something about this. This is critically important, do it this way. And it's born out of love and concern and compassion for individuals who are suffering gender dysphoria. That is what drives it, concern, compassion, which I think everybody in this chamber has. But there's a set of arguments that say, oh, wow, the science really isn't settled. The update from Europe, and the last place I'm ever going to take language from or ideas from is Europe, even though I'm speaking a European language, is, yeah, maybe it's not working out quite the way we thought. And so here we are leaning into a narrative that across the pond, they're beginning to back away from. Now, it is true, it is factual that HHS kicked out a report here just in the last several days that is overloaded with footnotes. Don't be confused. It's not like some crackpots decided they were going to bring a new idea because they were the new sheriff in town. It is loaded with footnotes, and I had prepared myself in anticipation of this conversation a little bit. I had much more expansive comments, and given the late hour and the fact that we have Power 2.0 coming up, which is going to be at least a 15-hour debate, I figured I would curtail my comments on this slightly. But in the preparation of my comments, I was reading and finding reports from 2016, 2019, 2022, 2021, et cetera, and so I'm going to get into that a little bit. But the reality is, the settled nature of the science in this, the settled nature of the medicine in this, as represented, is not settled. There are arguments on both sides. And that's for the physicians, that's for the psychologists, that's for the psychiatrists, that's for people way beyond my pay grade. But colleagues, they're beyond your pay grade too. And we should not be driven by a narrative to codify something that may be medically non-beneficial, medically contraindicated, as the physicians would say. Maybe medically right or medically wrong, but we should be cautious about expanding. And I don't have all my notes here, but the bill is expansive in terms of what it requires, the capacity for coverages, and it pushes it into the insurance complex. It says, you must cover all of this. And so that means everyone in society, by virtue of policy, not necessarily medical decision, but by virtue of policy, becomes a participant in this conversation. It mandates insurance coverage for gender-affirming care, including hormone therapy and surgeries, and this is a key one, and the promoters of the policy have realized that the pharmacy or the prescription drug monitoring program is a bit of an impediment. Government has this method of tracking what's going on, and oh, by the way, now that's an impediment. You can track and see what's going on with specifically now exempted testosterone treatments because they don't want that to be visible. So I think you've heard a set of arguments. There was an amendment offered that says, get it, but let's be super, super extra cautious about children. And of course, that's the proponents of the bill would argue that's the most important audience. They're the ones that we're doing this for. And the counterbalancing conversation, and that's what this is all about. I have a full heart and total respect for the bill sponsors and the effort that they are bringing, but it is my job to say there's a different perspective, and there's physicians and psychiatrists and others smarter than I'll ever be who have a different perspective, and we shouldn't be putting this in law. And then this bill, 1309, as part of a suite of bills, 1312, which as presented, as originally offered, says to parents, yeah, we're taking you out of the equation. It's kids and the school counselor. Now, I'm going to stay on 1309, Madam Chair, but the point is, it's a suite of bills, it's a broad conversation that creates a significant concern that says, well, this one seems narrow, it's trying to address just a specific medical thing on behalf of a few people, but when taken in the context of the other bills, it's too much. Too much by half, as they say. So the arguments I would make and again, this is the summary set of arguments that I would make, on some key risks that I would like you to consider. They focus principally on pediatric impacts again, on children. And my arguments are supported by studies, and we can get you the footnotes in the medical journals if you want. But they're designed to cause us to critically examine this thing called narrative. It just happens. All of a sudden, everybody's thinking the same thing. Groupthink, they call it. And we're moving in one direction, and if you're not on that train, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're whatever, you're irrelevant. But that's the power of narrative. And it's like, I'm saying, oh, stop. Maybe narrative's not the way to approach this. Maybe let's pause. So the first argument is the potential for expanded, irreversible medical interventions in children will be a logical outcome. And that's inarguable. There's going to be irreversible medical interventions. Whether they're good or bad, they're irreversible. The bill's broad definition of gender-affirming care, covering hormone therapies and surgeries without age restriction, and I'm working off the pre-amended bill here, so I've got the May 3rd version is the one I'm, not official, but it's the one I'm working from.
It's not May 3rd. Today's May 2nd.
I'm looking into the future, ladies and gentlemen. It happened right here, right now. I thought, my hearing is going, my eyesight may be going as well. I thought iLegislate told me May 3rd, but obviously it's not May 3rd.
I got you.
Now I'm going to have to go back to the re-engrossed, and I'm going to have to use my original longer comments now. I'm kidding. Let me continue with the pre-amend. Section 1 of the bill, 1016, risks children receiving these irreversible treatments like puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. These carry risks of infertility, reduced bone density, and cardiovascular issues. A 2022 study by Levine et al., or Levine et al., I don't know how the lawyers say that, or the footnotists say that, from the Journal of Sexual Medicine notes the irreversible effects and ethical concerns about minors' informed consent. And I'm not even going to talk about minors' consent, minors' informed consent. That is a whole additional can of worms. How does a minor give consent? My perspective, in an age-appropriate way they can, but on issues of this nature, which are lifetime, they cannot give consent, in my opinion, but that's for another day. The Cass review in 2024 found weak evidence for puberty blockers' mental health benefits, citing risks like, again, bone loss. Cass H from 2024 in the NHS England studies, the bill's reliance on provider-determined medical necessity may bypass rigorous evaluation. And this is a challenge. And it may move children in a precipitous way into treatment. The challenge is this. Back in the day, or even now, they have this idea of jury shopping or judge shopping. When you're a lawyer, you can jurisdiction shop, or you can venue shop. You can go find the place where you think you have the best opportunity of winning your case. Well, the same thing potentially applies here, where someone who has a predetermined perspective, whether it's medically, psychologically indicated or not, they find somebody who's going to give them the answer they want. And they go to a medical treatment, a clinic, or somewhere where they know what the answer is going to be, instead of saying, you know what, this is really scary, this is really fundamentally life-altering, we really want the best ideas possible. We want all competing ideas possible, which is, again, part of what is happening right now in the policy debate. I just repeat, you know, in radio, every 15 minutes, you have to remind everybody which station you are. When we're having some of these longer form debates and discussions, you have to keep reminding everybody, there is no disrespect intended in this. There is no ill will intended in this. There is simply an effort to get to policy that is the most beneficial policy. And it takes competing perspectives to get there. So the second argument, mental health risks from premature transition. Mandating coverage for support services may, not saying for certain it will, but it may encourage rapid affirmation of children's gender identity without psychological assessment, which increases risks of regret or worsened mental health potentially. Again, I'm not there, I can't say, but we're putting it in the law. A 2021 study by Littman, it's from the Archives of Sexual Behavior is the journal, found some adolescents regret transitions due to unaddressed mental health issues. Maybe it's something else going on. I mean, we are incredibly, wonderfully designed creatures, but we're complicated. And when you start trying to understand what's going on in our hearts and in our emotions as our body changes, we can be really, really difficult to understand. We can have a heck of a hard time understanding ourselves. And so this says, well, maybe there's something else going on also, and it did not get addressed, and therefore we find ourselves with a regret that appears later. Again, referring to the Littman study, some adolescents regret transition due to unaddressed mental health issues, Littman, 2021, and DeVries et al. In 2018. They both noted that co-occurring conditions like depression require cautious approaches. The Journal of Pediatrics also refers to that. And I'm trying, like I said, this is summary. I'm trying to pull some summary information back. The bill's lack of psychological evaluation requirements may entrench gender dysphoria, contrary to evidence that 60 to 90% of pre-puberty cases resolve naturally. And there may be disagreements on that, but let's consider move the dial. If it's not 60 to 90%, if it's 20 to 40%, shouldn't we at least still consider that? Instead of letting the narrative make medical determinations? I think that's critically important that we consider that. Third argument against. There are privacy and safety risks from testosterone exemption from the PDMP. Exempting testosterone from the PDMP tracking, which is sections 4 and 5 of the bill, reduces oversight, risking misuse or diversions in minors. Testosterone's long-term effects, like cardiovascular risk, need monitoring. The Journal of Adolescent Health from Gus CE, or Gus CE is the author on that from 2020. A 2019 DEA report highlighted testosterone's diversion potential, and that's DEA 2019 is the site on that. This could harm children by obscuring adverse effect data. Think about that. Our job is to build policy out of data, and we're hiding the data. We don't even know what's going on with that. Fourth argument, health disparities for vulnerable children will be promoted, my observation, from this bill. Mandating costly procedures may raise premiums, limit coverage for non-gender affirming care, and disproportionately affect low-income or disabled children. And this is truly a public policy concern. Others have thought about that. 2019 in the Journal of Health Affairs, T. Potet was the author on that. The bill's funding via grants may not offset the costs. It could exacerbate the disparities. Fifth argument, and my final argument, although we could, my expanded version had about 15 different arguments, but I'm taking what I think are the most salient and therefore most persuasive arguments. This is going to create pressures on families and providers. The mandate's going to pressure providers and parents to quickly, hastily might be the word that has a negative connotation, and therefore I'll use it, make affirming determinations risking psychological harm. This is supported by, again, academic study, 2023 from Frontiers in Psychiatry. R. D'Angelo was the author of that particular report. But my primary argument is that the establishment narrative affirmation only stands. And that's the way I'm going to argue it. And I'm more than happy to argue it as many times as I need to make sure everybody hears it. The establishment narrative's affirmation only stance, which is what 1309 is a codification of, overlooks exploring any number of other methods of preliminarily, I'm not even saying dispositively or determinatively or conclusively determining, but at least preliminarily evaluating potential other methods of progress or other methods of treatment. So the irreversible nature of this causes me to get up out of my seat, stand on my feet, and say, I hear you. I get the policy arguments you're making. I'm bringing a different perspective because this is so important that you can't do it without deeply considering alternative and counterbalancing arguments. And because I'm a licensed, as we discovered up in Appropriations Committee earlier today, a licensed legislator with an Appropriations Committee endorsement. I'm joking. I'm not a licensed legislator. There's no such thing. I'm just a legislator. And because I'm just a legislator, I'm going to have to make a yes-no vote on this policy. And as much as I would send all my best concerns, my best wishes, my best prayers, my best efforts to anyone struggling with gender dysphoria, all I can do is make the binary choice that I have to make on policy, and I am a resolute no on 1309. Colleagues, specifically bill sponsors, thank you for your efforts. Disagree with you, but I'm glad you listened to me patiently, and I could tell you we're doing exactly that. Madam Chair, thank you very much also for your attention.
Thank you. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning I opened up the session with prayer, and part of it I felt dealt with what's going on with this bill. My Christian belief will not let me believe God makes mistakes. These are God's creatures that people are messing with. There's been, in the 7 sessions I've been in this building, there have been many bills to help put a chasm between parents and their children when it comes to mental health issues, to where individuals can drive confusion. I believe this topic is one of those areas. I'm very, very brief with my words, but I feel this in my very soul that I cannot with good conscience support any measure like this, and I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on HB 25-1309? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to the comments that we have heard related to a 400-page study put out by the Health and Human Services Secretary, the one who has done all of the things about promoting conspiracy theories and who knows what else outside of science. puts out a 400-page report with unnamed authors, and we're supposed to trust that. Let me instead read parts of what Dr. Susan Cressley, president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, said yesterday in response to this report. The American Academy of Pediatrics is deeply alarmed by the report released by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services today on medical care for transgender and gender-diverse individuals and the process that informed its development. For such an analysis to carry credibility, it must consider the totality of available data and the full spectrum of clinical outcomes, rather than relying on select perspectives and a narrow set of data. This report misrepresents the current medical consensus and fails to reflect the realities of pediatric care. Patients, their families, and their physicians, not politicians or government officials, should be the ones to make decisions together about what care is best for them based on evidence-based, age-appropriate care. We urge government officials and policymakers to approach these conversations with care, humility, and a commitment to considering the full breadth of peer-reviewed research. The AAP remains focused on supporting pediatricians in delivering the best possible care to every child, informed by science and the lived experiences of patients and families. We will continue to support the well-being of all children and access to high-quality care that meets their needs. I want to just remind folks here, the American Academy of Pediatrics, that was their statement in response to the report that came out from the Health and Human Services Department yesterday. But you know what? I just want to close with this. A hurt dog hollers. So let me be real clear here. Elon Musk's hair implants, gender-affirming care. Kristi Noem's lip filler, gender-affirming care. Donald Trump's bronzer, gender-affirming care. If y'all want politicians making decisions about health care and gender-affirming care, go ahead and vote no. But if you want doctors and patients and families to make these decisions, vote yes on House Bill 1309. I ask for an aye vote. I am grateful to my co-prime sponsor for her dedication and work, and thank you all for this debate.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on HB 251309? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 251309. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. 1309 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the title of HB 25-1001?
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Duran and Froelich and Senators Danielson and Kolker concerning the enforcement of wage and hour laws and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Senator Danielson. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1001 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
I urge and I vote.
Thank you. The question, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to HB 25-1001. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an effort to combat wage theft, which is unfortunately too far a prevalent issue that Colorado workers face across industries, but of course this one focusing on construction. So I think the legislature needs to do their part to make sure that hardworking Coloradans bring home the money that they earn, and I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1001.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on HB 25-1001? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm reading through House Bill 25-1001, I'm noticing a couple pieces in here that could definitely improve this bill. It discourages an industry that we're really struggling with right now, affordable housing. And the construction industry is going to see a pretty good hit with this bill. We're going to be discouraging the construction of affordable housing with this. And I would love to see that if/when this bill passes, that we can put some things in here that will help assuage the construction industry and how they approach their employees. So there's a couple pieces in here that I would like to address with an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L018?
Amendment L018.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment would address, bless you, would address the uncapped monetary penalties that are provided for in the bill, and then bring something in that's reasonable. So in the situation that there is a proven case of wage theft, let's not drive the construction company completely out of business. Let's provide them with an appropriate slap on the hand penalty for the associated crime, and allow them to continue with their modified behavior, which is something that we like to do, is modify behavior. While wage theft should be resolved with reasonable restitution, this bill ventures far outside the parameters of justified monetary remediation. This bill would allow courts to levy uncapped penalties against Colorado businesses in the name of wage theft deterrence. The vague and overly broad compensatory standard will force Colorado businesses to pay exorbitant penalties easily resolved in legal disputes. And so that's a description of Amendment L18. I move L18 to House Bill 1001 and ask for an aye vote on L18.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. L018 fails. To the bill. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other thing that I was noticing when I was reading through 1001 is a concern about the Department of Labor and Employment publishing wage theft allegations on a digital website. This would help alleviate that and keep those folks in the business that they're in, constructing homes like we want them to construct. And with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L019?
Amendment L019, amend reading
Senator
gross
Bright.
bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment to L019 to House Bill 1001.
That is a proper motion. Please tell us about L019.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one addresses some language on pages 5, 6, and 7. This amendment would address that the website publishing of the wage theft allegations. We should be careful with how we post infractions in the court of public opinion. This amendment would ensure that the Department of Labor and Employment is not allowed to take extra judicial action that might cause irreparable reputational damage to Colorado businesses that are just trying to help build affordable Colorado homes for us. Before the claim is categorically proven and properly appealed, CDLE must be restricted from sabotaging the standing of a business that are presumed innocent until proven guilty, which I think is a core piece of the rules that we live by here in America as well as Colorado. And so let's address that public listing on the website. I would encourage an aye vote on L19.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this. This just is, again, publishing a matter of public record, the citation, determination, or written opinion, whether the violation was willful and names of all employers in violation. My hometown newspaper used to do this all the time. You know, you get an OWI or DUI or whatever, they posted it and posted the violations. And this is just a way to make sure that people know what the employer's doing. So I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L019. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L019 fails. To the bill. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few comments on the bill, and then I have a couple of amendments. So this bill, you know, it all comes under the overarching federal law. So the federal law in this area is the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, which came into being quite a long time ago to address issues such as minimum wage, overtime, record-keeping requirements. And then the states developed their own wage and hour laws to make sure people get paid fairly. And then in Colorado, we've come up with this term wage theft, which is just kind of a way of saying certain employers apparently are really skirting the rules and not paying people fairly, and so we're going to call it wage theft. So I've worked, legally I've worked in this area a fair amount, and it's become a system that is really, I would argue, pretty one-sided. You know, when you get into disputes as an employer over these wage and hour issues, you pretty much totally on the defense. And you know, if you get into a dispute about overtime, for example, you've pretty much got to prove now, you know, that the employee did not work those extra hours. You know, it's not a balanced system where both sides have to present evidence. Basically, the employer has to prove that they're not guilty and say, we have evidence that someone, you know, didn't work overtime. It's not a balanced system, really, at this point. And so we keep adding these additional rules on top of that, and we really make it difficult for businesses, you know, good faith business people to comply with this. Again, you get in this whole issue as a business person, you got to have all kinds of HR advisors. We're going to create, apparently here in the legislature, we're going to create a human resources department as well. But you certainly in business, you got to have a pretty sophisticated human resources department that understands all of these rules. And you got to have lawyers. If you do get in one of these disputes, into some of this litigation, you got to really get a specialist in this area of the Fair Labor Standards Act, because it's very difficult, you know, to comply. Folks want to comply willfully, but they get sucked into a system which is very complicated. And as I said, it's not, in my opinion, it's not balanced anymore. It really forces, you know, employers pretty much have to just pay. I mean, when you talk to a lawyer who works in this area, they pretty much say to businesses when they get into these wage and hour disputes, you know, here's the deal. You can pay now, or you can pay later. And if you pay now, it's going to be cheaper. You ought to just settle this, particularly when you get into a class action type of situation. You want to just pay now, because if you don't, you're going to have more and more legal expenses, more and more litigation. And it becomes a situation where, you know, you can set up a system that says to your employees, you got to go online. If you're working overtime, you got to go online. You got to fill out the form. You got to report the hours. You've got to certify the accuracy of the report that you've just filed. You have to continually put into the system exactly what you've done. And then I got to tell you, even when all of that is in place and you get into one of these disputes, basically none of that is a very good defense. Because unless you can prove that the employee did not do the work, did not do the overtime, you're going to lose that case. And so you better just pay up now. And that's basically the way the system is structured right now. And here we come with another bill layering on some more what we call rules around what we are calling now wage theft, which I think is actually a very offensive term, because I don't think that's really the way businesses operate. Any business I've ever been associated with or know, they want to pay their employees fairly. They want to do what's right under the law. They make a mistake, and we're going to call it wage theft. Or even in cases where they're in the right. But as I said, the burden shifts so heavily against the employer that they really end up in a situation where they just got to pay up to get out of the case. And so here we come in, labeling these business people that are creating the jobs, trying to do good by their employees, trying to grow the economy, be a productive participant in the economy, and we're coming around saying, well, they're out there committing wage theft, whatever that means to some people. But I think it's an unfortunate terminology. So I want to talk about a couple of amendments here. And right now, under this bill, let me give a copy of this too. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L024?
Amendment L024, amend reading gross bill, page 4, line 17,
Senator
strike 14.
Carson.
Madam Chair, I move amendment L024.
That is a proper motion. Please tell us about it.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it basically alters the bill and current law to grant businesses 90 days rather than merely 14 days to respond to and work to remedy one of these so-called wage theft claims. Right now, as I've said, the system's pretty much stacked against the employers, particularly the smaller businesses, which don't have a lot of sophisticated human resources staff and attorneys helping them. So the system is stacked against them. And so we're going to say, you got to fix this wage theft quickly, promptly. Let's get this done in 14 days. Of course, if you're dealing with the government, if you're an employer and you're dealing with the government on one of these things, good luck getting any kind of response or information in 14 days. They'll take months and months to get back to the business people. But of course, we impose upon the business sector these tight deadlines and these tight rules that they're to comply with. And so, many Colorado businesses, they do have complex accounting systems, and 14 days, in my view, is not enough time to investigate and resolve a claim of wage theft. With such a short period of time for remediation. Many businesses are forced to capitulate to the demands of regulators, regardless of the legitimacy of the claim, and to respond to employees. But you know, it's often not really employees you're responding to. It's lawyers in class action lawsuits. You know, that's who you're responding to. So when we say, well, you got to respond to employees and regulators, it's often really just lawyers who are going to get a nice cut of the action in these claims. And so this amendment would extend the time frame for the review and remediation of a wage claim, allowing businesses to adequately investigate, challenge, or resolve these disputes as they see fit. And I think that's, you know, that's only fair because, you know, earlier we talked about all the landlord-tenant rules we're putting in place, but I got to tell you, with these wage and hour rules and the overtime and the record keeping and the wage theft issues and all of the, you know, burden of proof shifting, you know, against the employer, you've got to really have a sophisticated operation to navigate all of this. And it's getting to the point, you know, when I talk to people who work in this area, it used to be California was the state where they'd really get you. You know, it'd be like in California, if you're a business, you know, the rule of thumb was it's just a matter of time. You're going to get one of these claims, these class action claims, and you're going to have to settle up. And now it's getting to the point where Colorado's pretty much catching up with all of that. I don't know that you can make all of that a big a distinction anymore between all of the wage and hour and separate rules underneath the Fair Labor Standards Act that we've come up with here in Colorado, that we're all that different anymore than a state like California. And you know, eventually this has a price because you know, businesses can't grow as much, they can't be as efficient, they can't create as many jobs when they're spending so much of their time figuring out what rules and regulations they have to comply with, and they're hiring employees in areas that are not core to the business that you're in. If you go into business today, as I said, you got to hire all kinds of HR staff, attorneys, experts in compliance, all these government rules and regulations. And so I think this amendment, L24 is a good way to just say to employers, you know, we know you want to work hard to comply, to treat your employees well, to play by the rules. You know, we need to give you a little bit more time here, 90 days. You know, in the legal world and the HR world, 90 days is certainly not an out-of-bounds period of time. As I said, particularly if you're dealing with government agencies on these things, they're going to end up, or if you're dealing with litigation, which can go on for years. So I think 90 days is a pretty reasonable addition to the bill. So I would urge an aye vote for Amendment L24.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L24? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment addresses existing statute, which is set at 14 days. And then it also addresses the 14 days in terms of waiving the penalty at the discretion of the director. So for a number of reasons, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Also, when we're talking about wage theft, it can be any number of things: forcing an employee to work off the clock, you know, forcing people to work overtime without paying them, just flat out not paying them, closing up shop, leaving the construction site, subcontractors not paying the workers that the contractors, you know, had them do. We heard from members of the public in committee about when they showed up to their job site and the subcontractor has folded up and left town without notice after they'd done weeks worth of work. And the contractor said, "That's not my problem. Get off of my property. You're trespassing." So to go without that pay for 90 days is unbearable for the families that I know who are victims of wage theft. So to ask these people to extend their time without compensation for the work that they've already completed is unthinkable. And, you know, for those who have to experience it, that 90-day period would be extraordinarily painful. So please vote no. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? A division has been called. A division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L24 to HB 1001. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around until the count is complete. Unless you're just going like that. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. The chair is not in doubt. L024 fails. Is there any further discussion on HB 1001? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So back to the bill. So I'd like to talk a little about the penalties under this bill. What are the penalties for wage theft? So if you look at what I believe is the most recent re-engrossed version of the bill, if you look at page 11, so the penalties begin, a company that violates this section commits a Class 2 misdemeanor. An employee or worker who alleges a violation of this section may file a civil action in a court of competent jurisdiction against the employer alleged to have violated this section to seek legal and equitable relief as appropriate to remedy the violation. So, what are these remedies? So, number one, back pay. Number two, reinstatement of employment, or if reinstatement is not feasible, front pay. And then the payment of wages unlawfully withheld. Interest on unpaid wages at a rate of 12% per year from the date the wages were first due. And then on top of that, a payment of a penalty of $50 per day for each employee whose rights under this section were violated and for each day that the violation occurred or continued. And then we have something called liquidated damages in an amount equal to the greater of 2 times the amount of the unpaid wages or other lost pay or compensation, or $2,000. And then we have injunctive relief, and we have compensatory damages for other economic or non-economic loss or injury shown by competent evidence. So you might say, what is that? Well, that's going to be the subject of the next amendment, which I offer. But before I do that, I want to add a couple of other things here you're going to be dealing with if you get stuck in one of these wage theft cases as an employer. If the aggrieved person prevails in a civil action brought pursuant to this law, the court shall award the person reasonable attorney fees. Ah, yes. Reasonable attorney fees. Well, that's going to be somewhere around 30% of whatever the big amount that comes in from, if you can succeed in getting a class certified on something like this, the lawyer's going to get 30% of whatever that settlement of all of these items that I've listed here, go. So when people talk about, well, all we want under this bill is we want employees to be given the pay they were legally entitled to. Well, I think that kind of stopped around the first category there, back pay. If a mistake was made, or we might even go down to reinstatement of employment, You know, certainly if somebody was wrongfully fired, they need to be reinstated, or they were wrongfully terminated. That's an appropriate remedy. And then maybe the payment, this is somewhat redundant here, back pay and the payment of wages unlawfully withheld, sort of a similar concept, but, you know, getting down to there, that's getting people back, you know, what they were owed. But then we just keep adding on all these other things, interest on unpaid wages, 12%, penalty of $50 per day, and we get to liquidated damages, we get to injunctive relief and compensatory damages and other economic and non-economic damages, and legal fees and costs of the litigation. So you can very quickly see, if you're a business person operating and you get into one of these wage theft cases, you can very quickly see why that initial advice your attorney gives you to settle early is pretty darn good advice, because you're going to get yourself in a situation where you're just going to be paying more and more. You're going to pay it in government fines and government penalties. You're going to pay it to the lawyers and legal fees. And how much do the employees actually get? Well, that's always kind of interesting, because a lot of the employees, I think, walk away from these big cases wondering just exactly what they got out of the whole thing, because there's an awful lot of other stuff going on here. So what I want to talk about is try to cut this back just a little bit here and offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L023?
Amendment L023, amend re-engrossed bill, page 12, line 3, strike and substitute and, page
Senator
12.
Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L023.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
So what this amendment does is it removes that last category I listed when we got down through all of those, you know, back pay, wage theft, reimbursement, reinstatement, interest, $50 a day, liquidated damages, injunctive relief, legal fees, costs. And then we got this kind of curious category called compensatory damages for other economic or non-economic loss or injury shown by competent evidence. So I must confess, I'm not exactly sure what that covers. I think it's a pretty broad category of you know, you just kind of make a case, you get a nice bucket of money put in there, and this is designed to compensate for the damages, both the actual economic damages and the non-economic damages to the injured person or people. So as you can imagine, that could become a very interesting number. What is the non-economic loss in a case like this? You know, maybe someone, you know, argues that they were subject to some distress or emotional distress, or they were, they suffered, you know, some indignities by being subjected to one of these wage theft situations where they weren't paid their proper wages. So what this amendment would do is it would just remove that category, which as I said, I think it's just sort of an added category in here to really put employers in a situation where they have to settle. You know, it's just, you know, if you don't settle this case, you're going to end up with this huge amount of money, non-economic loss, economic losses, compensatory damages. And so I think we should take that out of the bill. I mean, if the real objective of this legislation is just to make sure that people get paid fairly, that they get their wages back, that they get back what was stolen from them, then that's certainly appropriate. We need to address that. But going beyond that with all these other penalties and categories of relief, I think is really, again, you know, quite frankly, I think it's just the latest edition of this legislature's attempt to out California, and you know, see if we can do a little bit better here in Colorado of regulating our businesses and subjecting them to all sorts of scrutiny and accusing them of rampant wage theft and these type of things. Because I don't know, you know, I'm sure there are employers, as I say in all of these pieces of legislation. Unfortunately, there are a small group of employers, there are a small group of landlords who don't play by the rules, who besmirch the entire industry. But I don't think everybody should be legislated. You know, we shouldn't be legislating around those small offenders. If we've got people who really abuse the system, you know, let's take it to them and you know, not have this blanket approach to constantly over-regulating and penalizing businesses. This is a really complicated area of the law, and it's not easy to comply. You know, it might sound easy, but you know, in the modern age with the sophisticated, you know, the numbers of employees, the rules, the accounting systems, if you make one little mistake, you can end up getting yourself in a nice class action lawsuit and being subjected to all sorts of potential damages. So I would urge an aye vote for this amendment 023, just to remove that compensatory and non-economic damages section from the remedies section of the bill.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L023? Seeing none, the question be division. A division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L023 to HB 1001. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. The chair is not in doubt. L023 fails. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while we're talking about this 14 days and everything, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L030?
Amendment L030, amend Ring Roast Bill,
Senator
page 4.
Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is going to change one word. It would require the Department of Labor Standards to waive penalties against a business if a wage claim dispute is resolved within the 14-day period. Under this bill, the current language, the division may waive these penalties at its discretion. This amendment would ensure that this division is legally required to waive penalties by replacing the word may with shall. This amendment would ensure that state officials do not have discretionary authority to unfairly penalize businesses for resolved wage claim disputes. By legally requiring the division to waive penalties for quick claim remediation, this amendment will incentivize businesses to resolve disputes more efficiently. Furthermore, this amendment will prevent businesses from being unjustly penalized after compliance with state remediation mandates. It would not be fair for the government to keep money as much as the government likes money. It wouldn't be fair to keep money from businesses if they complied within that 14-day period. The word should be changed from may to shall. I move L030 and ask that we vote yes on this.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030 to HB 1001. Division has been called. For those who didn't hear, a division has been called. A division has been called. All those requested, all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L030 to HB 25-1001. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. But apparently you may move in place. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. I'm sorry, the chair is not in doubt. Please be seated. L030 fails. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, I'd like to speak a little bit to the bill, and then it's possible I have a couple of most excellent amendments. Most excellent. Members, here we are again, regulating businesses in Colorado. Here's the thing. I learned this when I was working in the county assessor's office about property taxes and businesses. Businesses know how to make whatever widget they're making, transact whatever transactions they specialize in. They know their business. They don't know property taxes, which is why there's a robust industry in property tax agency. Similarly, and we waved around in an earlier bill this gigantic tome on laws and regulations pertaining to apartments. Well, the laws and regulations that we've created around business in general in the state of Colorado is so complicated that we now have the need to create positions for compliance officers and risk management specialists and fill in the blank. Just so nobody trips up, nobody makes that mistake that could cost them hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, whatever an attorney is able to squeak out of that business for probably not an intentional mistake. You know, one thing that I had to deal with was exempt versus non-exempt employees. And that's kind of a shifting sands, as it turns out. It changes, sometimes based on what we do here. And that is a really, really important differentiation. You have to know, as an employer, is that person exempt or are they non-exempt? And they get a promotion, or they take another job and they go from being non-exempt to exempt, or their job gets reclassified. One of the things that I did as assessor for my employees was trying to create a real career path, a professional path for them so that they could be a different level of an appraiser or a GIS specialist or an analyst. And so they could get upgraded. And sometimes they would go from being non-exempt to exempt at the strike of a pen. And everything changed because they went from being an employee who made overtime to one that didn't. legislation, policy like this that I've seen over the last 3 years, time and time and time again, assumes ill intent on the part of businesses, and I simply don't believe that in my heart. I've worked with too many of them. The businesses that I know and that I've worked with value their employees. They work really hard to hang on to them because the cost of losing an employee, the cost of having to train somebody else, that's expensive. So this idea that all businesses have this intent of just putting the screws to the people who work for them is, I feel like this is really unfounded, and I feel badly that we create policy that punishes the few as opposed to taking care and making sure that we cultivate an environment for all businesses to succeed. So that's my 2 cents. One thing that I was going to bring up, but my good colleague from Highlands Ranch brought it up before I did, was the direction that we're taking the state, because we let outside interests perhaps guide our decision-making more than the actual citizens. And my good colleague said, we're trying to out-California California. But I actually just read this earlier when we were on break, that in a national 2024 survey, only 15% nationally of respondents felt that California was a model for other states. And further, only 1 in 3 Californians think the state is a good place to achieve the American dream, which would explain why between April 1st, 2020 and July 1st, 2024, 4 years, almost 1.5 million individuals have left the state of California for other states. I know several of them personally, because it simply got to be too much regulation, too high prices, too much. So I don't want us to see, I don't want to see us become California. I think that, that's not a great direction. I wouldn't hold them up as a model. In fact, I think something to be avoided. But that's just my opinion. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the First Amendment that I'm going to bring. Sorry. Too many pieces of paper. Maybe I should go digital. The First Amendment I wanted to talk about it also refers the 14-day response period that's outlined in this bill for businesses to cure issues. Because things happen. It could be that the administrative assistant forgets to check the box when an employee is reclassified from exempt to non-exempt, or vice versa. It could be other things. And don't get me wrong, I want to be really clear about something. I had the opportunity actually several times in the last session to sit in committee to hear the wage theft bill that was proposed last year. And you know, I heard some pretty terrible stories about people who candidly intentionally did the wrong thing. That it was quite intentional and extremely unfortunate, and that's not the way this should go. One of the aspects of that particular bill created an obligation for contractors to be responsible for subcontractors' poor behavior, not paying their employees. And I didn't agree with that. I still wouldn't agree with that, but that was that bill. And I'm very grateful that it's not in this bill, because I think that it created a lot of issues for a lot of folks. Specifically, the contractors who had no idea, nor should they, be privy to the actions of the subs. Those are separate businesses, and anyway. But what I really wanted to talk about with this amendment is this 14-day 14 days where businesses have to remedy wage claims. And offer this.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L031? Oh, I am so sorry. Mr. Brown, can you please read L031?
L031 to HB 25-1001,
Senator Frizzell.
amend re-engross bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L031 to House Bill 1001.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment really addresses those situations where a business does remedy a wage claim within 14 days. And this particular amendment says that that business cannot be listed on CDLE's public wage theft database. If they take care of it, they say, oh, you're right, we messed up, we fixed it within that 14 days because we made a mistake, clerical error, didn't check the box, whatever, and it's fixed, they should not be publicly vilified on the CDLE's public database. So I feel like this offers a compromise for the remediation of wage theft claims because they happen. And sometimes there are bad actors and they need to be held accountable. I don't disagree with that at all. If somebody does work, they should get paid for it. I 100% believe that. I stand by that. But if a business resolves a dispute within 14 days, this period of time stipulated in the bill, that business's public image should not needlessly be damaged through an appearance on the CDLE public database. So this amendment just allows claimants to be made whole while preserving the reputations of those who, in that particular case, probably didn't intend any harm. So I vote on this important amendment.
Is there further discussion? Seeing, oh, a division has been requested. All those in the, oh. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the passage of L031. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber while you are counted. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. The chair is not in doubt. The amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that strikes me about this bill, and I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, is the ongoing regulation that we perpetrate on our business community, giving us the dubious distinction of being the 8th greatest state for regulation of business in the United States. I think I've mentioned that probably 15 times today, so why not one more, right? We create a lot of penalties just in case somebody messes up. So one thing that I found to be missing from this bill, however,
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L25?
Amendment L25, amend reading gross bill,
Senator
page
Frizzell.
10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L025 to House Bill 1001.
To the amendment. Senator Frizzell, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, this particular amendment kind of puts the shoe on the other foot, because I think that the good senator from Highlands Ranch did a great job talking about all the folks that could possibly get involved when a dispute occurs, and whether it is a real bona fide dispute, which happens without a doubt. Again, we have bad actors, and unfortunately they do bad things. But we also have unintentional situations that hopefully could be mitigated once found and everybody can go on their way. But there is another scenario where individuals do prey on systems, and I know that seems difficult to believe, but sometimes that does happen. So this particular amendment says that if any individual who is found to have intentionally fabricated a claim of employer wage theft is guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. All this amendment does is it ensures that individuals are not seeking to intentionally extort or defraud Colorado businesses through legal provisions included within this bill. If an individual is found to have acted in bad faith, because this is a two-way street, when litigating a claim of wage theft, the amendment will ensure that adequate legal repercussions are in place. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L025.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor, please say aye. A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L025. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is completed. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L025 is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, we're having a very robust discussion here on House Bill 10001, the wage theft bill. And, you know, I will admit that there are some, probably not very many, but there are some bad employers that, unfortunately, and shame on them, that take advantage of their employees. Probably not very many. It's probably less than 1%, because most employers, the vast majority, the 98.9, 99.3% of the employers, you know, they've got their generally, they have their own money on the line, and their friends and their family or the stockholders, doesn't matter, and they work long and hard to try and get their business up and running, and especially if it's successful or semi-successful, the last thing that they want to do is to mess around with their own employees and not pay them, because, as it's probably been said before, we hear it all the time, but it's true, your most valuable asset, it's not your plant and equipment, it's your employees. You know, just like here, we have long-standing employees. Some of our good sergeants, all of our good sergeants, not some, all of our good sergeants, our staff, you know, people that have worked here in the Capitol for 10, 15, 20 years are members of OLLS that have worked here. We had one gentleman today that's been here 28 years, 28 years. You know, back to businesses, you know, whether you're in the construction business or you're in the retail business or the manufacturing business, you know, any type of business where you've got a successful business or a business that, you know, is trying to make it through hard times, the last thing you want to do is to screw with your employees. And like I say, virtually all the time, the employer is going to do the right thing by their employees. You know, and you see that all the time. We had a bill today that passed on ESOPs, employee stock option programs. You know, that just exemplifies what an ESOP plan, you know, that they want to take care of their employees, and that's a good way to do it. And when you have companies that are publicly held, I speak with a little experience there. As some of you may know, for 31 years, I worked for the Royal Bank of Canada, which is the largest bank in Canada, and it's one of the 50 largest banks in the world. And I remember my early days when I worked, you know, I never would have thought I worked, 1 year, 1 year turned into 3 years, 3 years turned into 5 years, and 5 years turned into 7, and then 7 turned into 10, 15, and all along, I was, the employer, the Royal Bank of Canada, they treated me well. I was buying the stock from time to time, and
Senator Liston, just a polite reminder to keep it to
yes,
the-
I am. I'm really speaking to, I'll go back to the original concept, Madam Chair, of there's good employers and there's bad employers. And I don't know of any bad employers. Like I say, there's probably less than 0.5% that are bad employers, but I work for a very good one called the Royal Bank of Canada. I hold them, and quite frankly, I think you could probably use most any bank here in the United States, here in Colorado, whether it's U.S. Bank or Wells Fargo or J.P. Morgan Chase or Bank of America. Those are just also successful organizations that have treated their employees very, very well. And back to my original concept, part of the reason that I've been able to serve here is because I was very well treated by the Royal Bank of Canada. They stuck with me through thick and thin, and I stuck with them through good times and bad times. But I never once felt that they were messing around with me on wage theft. That was the furthest thing from my mind. In fact, not only was there no wage theft, they really treated all of us very well, and they would give us stock options and bonuses, things like that a good, successful business wants to do. But there are some examples, though I can't name them because I've never worked for them. I'd really like, in fact, that would be something interesting if somebody could come up here and identify an employer that has actually done wage theft. Call them out. If I knew an employer that was guilty of wage theft, I would call them out here. But if somebody knows somebody out there, you can write it down, and I'll do the dirty work and call them out. So with that in mind, members, like I say, even a good employer can make a mistake. Like, for instance, maybe in the construction industry, you've got a lot of employees that are part-time, and you got people coming and going, and you got a big construction contract going, and you have some employees that have been with you for a long time, and brand new employees that have just been on the job for a year or less. And so mistakes can happen, honest mistakes. I sincerely believe that good employers can make honest mistakes. They shouldn't be crushed because they make an honest mistake over a reasonable period of time, or even if they make one or two mistakes, because if you have hundreds, if not thousands of employees, your backroll payroll department, can make a mistake. And so with that in mind, I do, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk.
There we go.
Will the clerk please read amendment number 27?
Amendment L27, amend re-engross bill, page 5, line 3, after violation, insert is a willful violation and.
Senator Liston.
Very good. So amendment, members, that was the amendment right there. I intentionally let the reader, Mr. Schaffler, go ahead and read it because it was barely a sentence long. So let me explain to you. what amendment, I need to move the amendment. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L027 to House Bill 1001.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston?
Very good. So, members, what amendment what L027 does, it prevents the Division of Labor Standards from waiving penalties against employers that have committed multiple willful wage theft violations during a 5-year period. In other words, they are intentionally, and they know that they're making serious mistakes. They're willful over a 5-year period. However, penalties for non-willful violations could be waived if a business earns multiple infractions during that 5-year period. Because remember, members, that you've got a large group of employees, several hundred employees, and over a 5-year period, like say there might be a small handful of employers, not very many, probably less than 0.5% or less, that are intentionally, willfully gypping their employees and committing wage theft. However, you have organizations that are large or even small, but they could be large, and you've got maybe a new payroll clerk that has made a mistake. These overtime laws, what's overtime, and things of that nature, that they can unintentionally make a mistake. So what Amendment L027 does is that it eliminates the waiver for a second or subsequent violation in 5 years that disproportionately and adversely impacts large employers who aren't the target of this bill, but may have payment disputes, as I said, from time to time with a large employee base. When you think about it, it's not unusual for a lot of companies to have 10, 15, 30, 50,000 employees. But certainly, several hundred is not uncommon at all. So this amendment, Amendment 027 to House Bill 1001, this would eliminate the waiver for a second or subsequent willful violations, while also protecting businesses that unknowingly commit an infraction under this bill. So let me kind of put it in layman's terms, if I can, is that for those employers, be it large or small, that are willfully and intentionally trying to rip off their employees over a 5-year period, the heavy hand, be it of this bill or wage theft laws, should come into play. But, however, for those employers, whether they've got 50 or less, or 500 or 5,000, that unintentionally make a mistake, and more than often, if they've made the mistake, they will probably go back to their employees and say, "Hey, George and Susie, we made a mistake, and we've caught it, and we're going to self-report, and we're not only going to pay you back those wages that we inadvertently did not pay you, but we're going to make it good, and we're probably going to pay you extra or pay you interest." So in essence, we're going to own up to that mistake, and we're going to compensate you even more so for our mistake, because it was our mistake, but we didn't willfully do it. It was an honest mistake. So I hope that explains, Madam Chair and members, I hope that kind of explains the intent of L027. And if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. And with that, Madam Chair, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L027.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs and bringing forward Amendment L27. I rise in support of L27 about penalties and about the ability to waive a penalty for a repeat offender. And really, it goes on to talk about within a 5-year period that the director can't waive it. But the amendment gives just a little bit of flexibility and a realization about really reality and the either the intentionalness or really the lack of that, or the willfully violating rules and regulations. If there's just an honest mistake, really we can only have you can only have one within a 5-year period. If you have another one, the director can't waive the penalty. Seems rather overbearing and burdensome, and not a recognition of how complicated these conversations can be, and trying to keep up with, particularly on a job site, construction site, with a variety of employees and part-time and full-time, and a challenge about trying to make it all come together and stay compliant with rules and regulations. I think it's a reasonable amendment that provides a little clarity and a little bit of wiggle room in that space that's probably much greatly appreciated by the business community. Again, I rise in support of Amendment L027.
Senator Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to speak in support of the amendment by our colleague from Colorado Springs. You know, I think really targeting this legislation at willful misconduct is a good approach. You know, one comment the senator from Colorado Springs made, though, that he sort of was wondering how much of this wage theft goes on, and we haven't seen a whole lot of it, to my knowledge. But I would have to say, based on this bill, that we must have an epidemic of wage theft in Colorado, because we are doubling all of the penalties in here. So, you know, earlier I talked about the civil litigation provisions where you can get back pay, reinstatement of employment, wages unlawfully held, interest, penalty of $50 a day, liquidated damages, injunctive relief, compensatory damages, non-economic damages, reasonable attorney fees and costs. Well, one of the areas that the senator from Colorado Springs is addressing wasn't even in that category. There are whole other sections of this bill. Let's look at this section on independent contractor misclassification. So if you misclassify someone as an independent contractor, it should be an employee. An employer found to have misclassified an employee as a non-employee in a way that may affect a wage, an hour payment, or report obligation shall pay a fine in the following amounts. And for a willful violation, which is what my colleague from Colorado Springs is getting at, it's a $5,000 fine. And for a violation not remedied within 60 days, it's a $10,000 fine. And a second or subsequent willful violation within 5 years is a $25,000 fine. And then for a second or subsequent willful violation not remedied within 60 days after the division's finding, it's a $50,000 fine. So that's just the section now on misclassifying independent contractors who should be classified arguably as employees. So now let's look at another section of the bill where the division director here when they are investigating complaints of wage theft. The penalty right now is $7,000. The fine they can assess against a company is $7,500 for each employee for a claim filed through June 30th, 2026. It then is doubled to $13,000 for claims filed from July 26 through December 31 of 27. And then that's not enough, though. We go on here and we say, by rule after January 1 of 28, and by rule for every other year thereafter, such an amount will be equal to the amount in the previous calendar year, increased by $1,000 or a higher amount, if such higher amount is necessary to adjust for inflation. So within a matter of a few years, we're looking at $14,000 that can be assessed by the director of the division, wage and hour division here. And then, so we've got the fines that can be assessed by the director. We've got these fines for violations of the independent contractor rules. And we've got distinctions between willful and non-willful. And then we have this provision which the senator from Castle Rock alluded to earlier, which was if you violate this, you can be published on the division's website. For any violation, there's a matter of public record, and that'll be the names of the employers. The actual names of the employers will be published on this website. So you got another penalty there, and you got all the litigation things. And then one other thing I wanted to point out here while we're talking about willful and non-willful. There's this curious provision on page 12 of the bill, which says, any effort to use an individual's immigration status to in any manner discriminate or retaliate against an employee or worker has engaged in activity described in this bill, essentially, is a violation of this section, which that's a very curious provision to have in here to me, because when you hire someone, you've got to have them fill out a W-9 form. You've got to do all sorts of things. You know, they got to show you 2 forms of identification, or they can show you their passport, but generally you're going to have to show them your Social Security card and your driver's license if you're you know, a citizen. If you're not, you got to show some legal status to even be hired at a company, and certainly fill out this W-9 form. So I'm really curious why that paragraph is even in this bill. Any effort to use an individual's immigration status to in any manner discriminate or retaliate against an employee or worker. It's almost as if they're saying, you know, you're not supposed to verify their legal status. You're not supposed to have them fill out the W-9 and establish that they're a legal resident. So that's a curious provision to have in this bill, and I'm not sure it really means anything. And I think it was probably just put in there for to make a public statement. But I do want to get back to the amendment here by my colleague from Colorado Springs, Amendment 27. And I think it's only fair with all of these penalties we've gone over here that we make a distinction between willful violations and willful and non-willful violations. So another thing I want to point out while we're considering this amendment is we've been down this road before. In the 2022 legislative session, lawmakers passed Senate Bill 22-161, which aimed to beef up enforcement of wage theft, including addressing misclassification of employees and improving worker safety. So once again, I ask the question, as I often ask here, we keep layering on more and more laws, more and more regulations, and this additional legislation, in my opinion, is not necessary, and I urge support for my colleague's amendment number 27.
Is there further discussion? Senator Colker?
I ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 027. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Colker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment I'd like to introduce.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number L40? Senator Colker.
Amendment L40.
I move Amendment L40 to House Bill 10001.
To the amendment, Senator Colker.
This amendment will put on, already in statute, Section 2434-405, 3C, damages for emotional distress, and it says must not exceed amounts specified in Section 2434-405, 3D. And we've done a lot of vetting on this. I think we're in a good place, and I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 040. Colleagues, what we're talking about here is non-economic damages, pain and suffering, those sorts of things. The bill as originally drafted had no cap at all on these non-economic damages. This creates a cap. It's not my favorite idea of a cap. It's not how I would have crafted the cap, but it's better than no cap. And so we are grateful for that. I encourage your support of this. Does not get me to the place where I can support the bill. I could argue for hours in opposition to this bill, but I will choose not to do that at this point. But I do want to acknowledge and encourage you to vote yes on Amendment 40 to 1001. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is the adoption of amendment number L040. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this measure. House Bill 1001.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Mr. Schaffler, kindly read for us the title of House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives McCluskey and Lukens and Senators Lundin and Bridges concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1320.
Please also move the committee reports.
And the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education report.
We added some stuff on there that really improved the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report to 1320? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Education Committee report to 1320. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. The Education report is passed. Senator Bridges to the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, members, is there further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it. The Appropriations report is not adopted. To the bill. Senator, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L52.
Amendment L52, amending gross bill page 14,
Senator
lines 11.
Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is to harmonize
Please
school
move the
finance.
amendment.
Oh, thank you. I move L052.
To L52.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L52 is to harmonize the School Finance Act with a bill that we passed earlier, 315. If it becomes law, there's one number. If it doesn't become law, there is another number.
Is there further discussion on L52 to House Bill 1320? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L52. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 52 is adopted. There is an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L47 to House Bill 1320.
Amendment L47,
Senator
amend reintroduce
Bridges.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L47.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L47 is an amendment that settles a challenge between some charter schools and District in Adams. There was an amendment that we passed in the Education Committee that set up a conversation over the next year to solve this. This particular amendment solves it for this next year.
Thank you. Further discussion on L47. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors. And I'm trying to digest this quickly. It's multiple pages, but I do think that this affects my school district, and I have heard directly from my school district and a charter school in my school district who is receiving dollars that they don't necessarily want, that they want to go back to the district, and really would love just maybe if you could dig in a little bit more, because my district is going through some difficult moments right now. They just laid off 150 staff members. And so it's just a lot to digest with 3 pages. I would like you to just, if you can dig in for me a little bit more.
Mr. Minority Leader to L47.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the good senator from just north of Denver, I want to say Thornton. Absolutely. Amendment 47 that we're talking about right here is a few weeks ago we uncovered a problem. The new school funding formula and the Charter Schools Act didn't align. There was a little bit of a challenge, became subject of a significant amount of conversation because there was a significant amount of confusion about how the charter schools would be funded for the next year. The dialogue that has come and gone in association with that has been rich, robust, and has involved perspectives from both the neighborhood school, the districts, and the charters, and we've come to an agreement on the best way to deal with it. It's a one-year fix. Here's what the amendment does in its action, and to the extent you have a chance to speak with the stakeholders, they'll report back the same thing to you. For the 25-26 school year, and that year only, charter schools will continue to be funded the same way they are now, using the old, you want to use this
No, I
step
do.
here?
Yeah.
Using the old formula for 85% of their funding, and 15% will be based on the new formula, with each charter getting a proportional share of any increase based on how their current level of funding compares to their district. So, to your point of the charter school that said, hey, we want to balance things out and make this all work, that is the formula, and this is how that's going to happen. So, you're right, it's multiple pages. It has been drafted, redrafted. I think we had 3 or 4 versions of this and got to the place where everybody was saying, this is great, and we've also created and put on in Education Committee an amendment that creates a group that are going to look at this, solve the problem for the longer term.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minority leader for that explanation. And look, I'm a nurse. I'm not a school finance expert, and so I'm hearing from my district though, and hearing specifically from this charter school that is receiving these dollars, and if I remember correctly, they are dollars for at-risk students, and this charter school is saying, hey, we think these dollars can be better spent, but our hands are tied that those dollars can't go back to the district. Does this amendment allow those dollars to go back to the district if the charter school chooses?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We can run that to ground with precision, and we can do that, over the weekend, make sure we have a good answer for you Monday. It is my understanding the answer is yes, because the money isn't going to go out and then have to come back. This formula that's being created solves the problem on the distribution side of that, so that because you're right, once it goes to the district, they can't, I suppose, never mind. Under the law, they cannot cut a check back. That just would not work. So this solves it on the distribution side.
Further discussion to L47. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L47 to House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L47 is adopted. Who is next? Senator Bridges.
There you go. Okay.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to 1320.
There is an amendment coming to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L50 to House Bill 1320.
Amendment L50,
Senator
amendment Gross Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L50 to House Bill 1320.
To the amendment.
To the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, this is an amendment that is amending what was put on in appropriations. This is actually going to create a fund inside the state ed fund, the Kids Matter account, and it will add, starting for 2026 fiscal year, 0.65% of 0.1% of federal taxable income to the Kids Matter Fund, which is to be used towards funding the school finance formula, and only to the school finance formula.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senator Kolker and I bring this amendment forward, but this isn't just our amendment. This is an amendment that the Senate gets to say we are putting down a marker that we will never, ever return to the day of balancing the budget on the backs of students. This is a guarantee the budget stabilization factor does not come back. With this amendment, we are setting our priority in the budget, not just this year, but every year, that we will put kids and their education first. We ask for an aye vote on L050.
Thank you. Senator Bridges to L50.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say a big thank you to the sponsors of this amendment. There was a similar amendment brought forward in the Appropriations Committee. We did reject the Appropriations Committee report because we all got together, worked on this, and in the Appropriations Committee I said, hey, I love this. I'd like for it to be the Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Bridges amendment. We can't fit three names on it, I get it. And Lundin. This was really hard for us because the amendment that went on in Approps is so close to everything that the four of us have wanted in this chamber, and I know Senator Lundin and I have wanted for the last 9 years. There is an equity problem in the state. There's an adequacy problem in the state. The new formula addresses the equity problem. The adequacy one we still need to work on. This bill moves us in that direction. Most importantly for me, this amendment right here almost virtually guarantees that we will implement the new formula, that we will have the funds to implement the new formula. To be clear, the funds we're transferring in this bill were funds that I believe we on the Joint Budget Committee were going to transfer next year. We had always planned to fully fund this formula. This amendment here today guarantees that even if the Joint Budget Committee changes dramatically between now and next year, if the van that DPA gives us for our state tour crashes the way this last one almost did, and we all go down, no matter what the JBC is next year, we are going to fully implement the new funding formula. This is a fantastic amendment. I really deeply appreciate the sponsors of this amendment working with both me and Senator Lundin on this. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on L50 to House Bill 1320. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L50 to House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes definitely have it. L50 is passed. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
No, I'm going to run it, but I'll just.
There is an amendment making its way to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L49 to House Bill 1320.
Amendment L49, amendment
Senator
Gross
Pelton.
Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L49 to 1320.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is that this makes the deal whole that was done last year with 1448. When we had this discussion last year, let me go farther back. So I had dinner with a superintendent when I was home for Easter, and he was pretty frustrated about coming up here and negotiating last year on 1448 and getting everything they wanted, and then coming back this year and not solidifying the deal that they made last year. Last year, they got the whole 1 year plus 1%, which is, or 0.5%, which is the hold harmless part of it. And it's for all the smaller schools. I think it affects about 19 or 20 schools in the entire system. And when they negotiated this, they just felt like that they got not fulfilled this last year. I can't use the word I want to use. So, and let me read off on the ones that I'm talking about. So in Yuma County, you got the Idalia RJ3. In Weld County, you got Prairie. Washington County is Lone Star School. Washington County is Arickaree School. Teller County is Woodland Park School. San Miguel County is Telluride School. Pueblo is Pueblo City School. Otero is Rocky Fords. Los Animas is Honey. Los Animas is Primero. Larimer, Pooter. Kit Carson County, High Plains. Kiowa County, Plainview. Huerfano County, Huerfano School. Hinsdale County, Hinsdale School. Fremont County, Cotopaxi. El Paso is Edison. El Paso, Manitou Springs. And then Delta is Delta County. And then Baca County is Vilas. And then the good senator from Arapahoe County who explained Sheridan in there as well. What this would do is that in the formula that we have this year, these schools don't get any extra money. They just get what they got from 1448. What this would do is give them a little bit of extra to hold them harmless, even though they are losing a little bit of enrollment. This is the deal that was made last year with 1448. The superintendents feel like that when the negotiation time came, the Rural School Alliance came out, one of the first ones to come out to agree to a lot of this deal. I'm not saying that they came up with the hold harmless. I'm just saying that they agreed to it first. So they broke away from everybody else, which was very odd because the superintendents always stuck together, the big schools and the small schools. Well, this time last year, the 1448, they broke off and said, we'll go ahead and agree to this deal. And then what this does is just make them whole. It makes this legislative body say that we are going to hold up to the commitments that we have. So that's what it's going to do. So I do appreciate this morning, or was it this morning? Yeah, this morning when I got this amendment on the bill, but since we didn't accept the Appropriations Committee report, it is not on there anymore. So I'm going to let some of my other rural guys talk about their schools.
The discussion, Senator Arpel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The good senator from Sterling mentioned several of my schools in that list. There's a whole lot more of them. We have unique challenges out there in rural Colorado, and it was very, very good to see that, they're going to have more of a tapering off effect, not just an abrupt decline in their funding. I really like this new formula. I think it's going to go a long ways to really help rural Colorado and all of the students in Colorado. I appreciate all the work that's been put in from all the people that have worked on this formula, and I'm in support of this.
Further discussion on L49, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of my counties were mentioned, Hinsdale County and Delta County. Not too funny, to tell you the truth, but I will say the Delta County is one of the poorest counties in the state of Colorado, and they're going to be one of the ones that are going to get hurt. That seems to go around out there pretty quick and quite a bit. I can't sit here in this building, in that seat that they sent me to, and not stand up for them. That county has some serious problems. Their coal mines have been closed. They've consolidated high schools that have competed against one another for over 100 years, and they decided we'll all go to school together. That's pretty tough on people in communities that are proud of the community they live in. And I'm talking about Hotchkiss and Paonia. You may recognize them. They've been state champions a lot in wrestling and football. Because there's some good, tough people out there, and they'll take this too. It's just too bad that they're the ones that have to make a deal. Hinsdale County, just so you know, is 97% federally owned. Pretty hard to make a budget out of 3% of the property. Think about that. You folks don't even see that. You're not aware of it. Well, we are. Definitely aware of it. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Further discussion, Senator.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate so much the advocacy from our rural legislators. Many of our rural school districts are struggling a significant challenge, and the challenge is declining enrollment, where the enrollment's coming down precipitously, and that's incredibly challenging to manage for. We've built some hold harmless elements into this School Finance Act that is designed to, for many of these districts that you've heard about, they will potentially do better than what the deal that was previously structured or previously agreed to. Not all, but many will do better under this new formula, and certainly all will do much better when we get the formula from last year, the 1448 formula as we call it, in place and fully funded. It will make this challenge, as we make the formula more about students, go away. And in this particular bill, 1320, we've acknowledged, we hear the problem, we see the problem, we're responding to the problem, and I'm grateful for the advocacy that we're hearing from our rural legislators.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sucks cutting $1.2 billion out of a budget. It really does. It just sucks. There's no other way to put it. One of the districts that would be impacted by the amendment that's before us right now is Sheridan. Sheridan Public Schools is 90% free and reduced lunch. That is the highest percentage in the state, highest percentage in the metro area, second highest in the state, Sheridan Public Schools. Sheridan Public Schools is declining in enrollment. If we were under the old formula exclusively with no hold harmless, then Sheridan would be losing a significant amount of money this year. But instead, because of this hold harmless, they're getting exactly the same dollar amount they got last year, even though they've declined in enrollment by about 5%. My heart is in Sheridan. When I think about policy and education, I think about the kids in Sheridan. It breaks my heart to ask for a no vote on this amendment. But cutting $1.2 billion from a budget sucks. We aren't fully implementing the formula as we planned to last year, and we can't fully keep the additional 0.5% for these schools that was agreed to last year either. I'm sorry, it sucks. Ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Beepel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the school teachers are amazing everywhere. I mean, I grew up in rural Colorado. I went to school in Cheyenne Wells until I was in 8th grade, and then I got to go to Basalt High School, which let me tell you, when you move from Cheyenne Wells to Basalt, it's a complete different culture shock when you go from the Eastern Plains to the Western Slope. Those teachers were amazing, absolutely amazing, and they have always been underfunded. But they seem to find a way to be able to educate us. I got to honor one last year, so she was amazing. But I'm just saying, I hope that we can have a commitment to make sure to keep these rural schools open. There are community centers. There were, I can tell you that almost every one of these schools that I've been to on the Eastern Plains, even Paonia and Hotchkiss, which I have to tell you, when they combine those schools, I don't know how they're making it work, because those two communities did not like each other at all. But Yuma, where this Idalia school is. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Prairie School, same way. That little community needs that school. That's their community center. That's it. I mean, the only thing that they have is that little town of New Raymer by them. Washington Lone Star's out in the middle of nowhere. Arickaree is out in the middle of nowhere. These are community centers. So I'm hoping that I can get a commitment from the bill sponsors and from everybody out here to please do everything you can to make sure these rural schools stay open. And I'll ask to withdraw L049. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, at the request of the sponsor of the amendment, L49 is withdrawn. To the bill.
Just want to follow up
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The commitment is in the law. Yep. 1448 is the law, and that is the commitment that resolves these very tough issues we're dealing with right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really, really excited about what we're doing tonight and this year. So thank you so much. The one thing I'm really struggling with is the best cap, and it goes along with what our rural colleagues were just speaking about. Starting this year, and then it says, and each state fiscal year thereafter, the total amount of revenue credited to the BEST Fund must not exceed $150 million. And then it will be adjusted annually for inflation, which makes me nervous if inflation goes down. But nonetheless, that cap is going to end up to be a little problematic. And so we have an amendment that was adopted in appropriations as the J amendment that we're going to move forward.
There is an amendment
I've got one.
at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L48 to House Bill 1320.
Amendment L48,
Senator
amending.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L48 on House Bill 1320.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment is going to do is it's going to provide 1 year of relief. It adds back $32.6 million for BEST, 7.6 in cash grants, and then 25 million for the COPs. I just want to make sure that everyone does understand that total project cost in terms of applications received for BEST is $659 million. That is 3 times the cap that we're putting on. So this is a small fix for this year, but I have made a commitment to work over the interim to come up with some sort of a floor. We don't know what we came up with. There was a creative approach, but it was a couple days ago and needs to be really further stake-held. But whether we do a floor, whether we do a tiered BEST model, whether we look at rural schools, fast-tracking some of those projects, whether we look at charter pooled bond reserve fees, I'm good with any of it, but we're going to have to do something. So I really urge your support of L48. It gives us 1 year of relief to make sure that our roofs get taken care of. So thank you, and thank you for sponsors for working on this and letting me work on it too.
Senator Bridges to L48.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fantastic amendment. I would have run it myself if it were not run by Senator Marchman. I just really appreciate the focus and dedication that she has shown to the BEST program. She's a real champion, and she's going to lead that conversation over the interim. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. So with that, ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on L48? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L48 to House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L48 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great bill, even further improved by the amendments here today. Ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, you're writing a $10 billion check. It's the right thing to do. Vote yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes definitely have it. 1320 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over 1291 until Monday, May the 5th.
The motion is to lay over 1291 to Monday, May 5. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and 1291 will lay over to Monday, May 5. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, the motion is to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report. I'll come back up here and do the next ones.
The committee will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee has
President.
met. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee has met and had a number of bills on consideration. Will the clerk please? President.
It's okay, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills on consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1328, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1295 as amended, House Bill 1249 as amended, House Bill 1309 as amended, House Bill 1001 as amended, House Bill 1320 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1291 laid over until May 5th, 2025, and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the whole report. Are there any no votes? No. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1328, 1333, 1065, 1295 is amended, 1249 is amended, 1309 is amended, 1001 is amended, 1320 is amended. Passed second reading, order revised place from calendar, third reading and final passage. House Bill 1291 later until 5/5/2025 retains place on the calendar. Special orders, second bills consent calendar, Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up on special order second reading of bills consent calendar, House Bill 1159, House Bill 1223, House Bill 1335 at the hour of 10:32 p.m.
The motion is the Senate take up those bills listed on special order consent calendar at the hour of 10:32 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The p.m. I don't know what time it is. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special order consent calendar at the hour of 10:32 p.m. Special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself, the committee of the whole, for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Senate resolve itself, committee of the whole, consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. And Senator Bridges, take chair.
Committee will come to order and the code rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the titles to all of the bills on the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1159 by Representative English and Joseph and Senators Mullica and Bright concerning the Child Support Commission's legislative recommendations and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1223 by Representatives Johnson and Lukens and Senators Peltnar and Roberts concerning capital needs of rural and frontier hospitals and in connection therewith directing the Department of Public Health and Environment to conduct a study and creating a task force to oversee the study. House Bill 1335 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the determination of the extent of the availability of income tax credits that are contingent upon the compound annual growth rate.
Is that it? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move all the passage of all the bills, special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, which are House Bill 1159, House Bill 1223, House Bill 1335, and there are no committee reports.
The motion is to adopt all of those bills. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 2nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1159, House Bill 1223, House Bill 1335 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adopted committee of the whole report. Oh, you just have an amendment in your hand. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1159, 1223, 1335, passed second reading, order revised, place counter, third reading, and final passage. Second reading of bills, special orders, Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which is House Bill 1220 and House Bill 1332 at the hour of 10:35 p.m.
The motion is to Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 10:35 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 10:35 p.m. Special orders, second reading of the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1220?
House Bill 1220 by Representatives McCormick and Hartza, Senators Pelton B. and Mullica, concerning the regulation of medical nutrition therapy and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton. Senator Mullica. Sorry, Senator Mullica. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1220.
Nope.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I moved it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you did.
Yep.
It has been moved. And is there an amendment at the desk?
Damn right.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
Amendment L016.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L016.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this is we're just clarifying that instead of it saying nutritionist, it says licensed nutritionist. This was done through a stakeholder group. We got stakeholders that came forward and wanted to have us have this part in it. So we're doing it for the stakeholder group. So.
It is unfortunate that I am in the chair because I see no further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1220. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1332?
House Bill 1332 by Representatives McCormick and Senators Roberts and Wallace, concerning the creation of a work group to study the uses of state trust lands and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1332 and the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report.
To the committee report. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we added one seat to the working group. I ask for an aye vote.
Major change. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1332. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1332 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills on consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 2nd, 2025, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report is that under consideration the following tax bills being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1220 as amended, House Bill 1332 as amended, passed on second reading in order to revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1220 is amended. 1332 is amended. Passed on second reading or revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, would please read the title of HJR 251026.
House Joint Resolution 1026 by Representatives Weinberg and McCluskey and Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica, concerning designation of Colorado State Highway 402 from the United States Highway 287 to Interstate 25 as the Rep. Hugh McKean Memorial Highway.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HJR 251026.
Any discussion? Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's been a long day, and so I know we typically have these read at length. I think Senator Kirkmeyer and myself have decided not to have it read at length, but I do want to say a few words because Hugh McKean was my friend. He was a man that served with several of us in this room over in the House. But more importantly, he was a good man. He cared about you no matter where you were at on a policy, no matter what your viewpoints were. He cared about your family. And he cared about his family. And that's one of the things that I remember most about Hugh is that having those conversations on the late nights in the House about how much he loved his kids and why he was doing this job, and that even though I disagreed with him passionately on a lot of issues, we were still doing this job for the same reason. And we had that same why, which is to try to leave this place a little better, to try to leave it a little better for that next generation. And I think it speaks volumes that we're hearing this now, because I think that the lessons that Hugh left me, and I think a lot of people in this room, are the most valuable right now, is to remember that why. Is to remember that why are you here? Why are you making this sacrifice? Why are you here at, 10:30 at night on a Friday night? Why are we having these debates? And I hope that it's for those reasons that you want to leave this place a little better. Doesn't mean we have to agree, but it does mean that we can care about each other and we can spend that time to know each other's whys, because it allows for those relationships to be built. And that's what we're supposed to be doing down here. And Hugh taught me that. And I will be forever grateful for the time that I got to have with him.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's my honor to stand before you today to carry this resolution and this tribute that is both personal and deeply meaningful to me and the community that we all serve. House Joint Resolution 25-1026 designates a stretch of Colorado State Highway 402, it's the highway into Loveland, from US Highway 287 to I-25 as the Representative Hugh McKean Memorial Highway. It's more than just a road sign. It is a legacy. For those who didn't have the privilege of knowing Hugh, let me just tell you a little bit about him. He was the kind of public servant that we all aspire to be. He's a leader, he was a builder, a father, and a friend. Hugh gave everything he had to Loveland, to the Chamber, to the state of Colorado. His door was always open. I didn't get to serve with Hugh in the House, but I was a county commissioner, and I got to work with Hugh. And my first experience working with Representative Kane was on Senate Bill 19181, and I can still remember our discussions out in the hallway where he's like, I can get this for you, Kirkmeyer. I can get this amendment for you. And I said, you damn well better go get it. And he did. He went in, talked to Speaker Casey Becker, and he got it. Hugh served on the Loveland City Council. He served as a representative for House District 51, ultimately was the minority leader. He approached every role with passion. He believed that government worked best when it listened more than it spoke and when it served instead of it controlling. Hugh passed away suddenly in 2022, and he left a hole in all of our hearts and in our Capitol family. Members every day aspire to serve the state with the same spirit Hugh brought to the job, one of humility, service, and heart. I can still remember Hugh telling us pretty much every day, every time he saw him, I love you, man. Remember that?
Yeah.
He's just a great guy. So naming this highway in his memory is a fitting tribute, not just to his family and friends, but to every Coloradoan who believes in public service done the right way. I respectfully ask that you support this resolution, and I thank you for helping us preserve the legacy of truly a great man, Representative Hugh McKean. Thank you.
Very good. There's further discussion. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for bringing this. I have known Hugh McKean since 2005. We actually entered our political careers at the same time, and he would say, I was the only person that ever beat him. We were going for a school district committee, and we met then, and there was room for one of us. And I got on, and I went on the school board, and he went on to city council, and we maintained a friendship. When I saw him in 2022, shortly before he died, he ran over to see me to say, I am so proud of you. Look at what you've done. I hope you don't win, but you are doing great, and I just want you to know I'm proud of you. And that's the kind of man that Hugh McKean was. He also pointed over at my husband, and he goes, that right there, you need to cling to him when you are in the Senate, because he will be your cornerstone. And he said the same about Amy. So nonetheless, thank you so much for bringing this. Hugh McKean was a huge, huge figure in Loveland, and the morning that he passed was so incredibly sad. And I'm so sorry I didn't get to serve with him, because he talked all the time about this work. So thank you for bringing this.
Further discussion. Seeing none. The motion is the adoption of H.J.R. 251026. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, H.J.R. 251026 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of H.J.R. 251027.
House Joint Resolution 1027 by Representatives Weinberg and Puglisi and Senator Kirkmeyer concerning designation of a portion of Colorado State Highway 1 from East County Road 60 to Interstate 25 in Larimer County as the Commissioner Lou Gator III Memorial Highway.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HJR 251027.
Further discussion.
Thank you,
Kirkmeyer.
Mr. President. Again, because of the late hour, I'm not going to ask to have this resolution read at length, but I do want to talk about my good friend Lou Gator, who I did have the distinction of serving with as county commissioners, me and Weld, him and Larimer, and we actually served on the CCI board together as well. Commissioner Gator didn't just sit behind a desk. He rolled up his sleeves and he got to work. He fought for rural broadband access. He helped develop strategic plans to guide Larimer County's future, and he supported smart economic development that preserved the character of our community while creating opportunity. His impact didn't stop at the county line. He served as president of Colorado Counties, Inc. and was a respected leader across the state. He gave his time to all sorts of organizations like Realities for Children, Christian Home Educators of Colorado, and he volunteered on the Loveland Ski Patrol. He also battled a rare blood cancer with the same strength and resolve he brought to every part of his life. Even in the toughest moments, Lou's courage, faith, and integrity never wavered. Naming this stretch of Highway 1 in his honor is a small gesture, but it is a lasting one. It's a reminder for all who pass through Larimer County that this is the place that was shaped by Larimer County Commissioner Lou Gator. This is for his wife, Jeanette, to his children, he had 9 children, and to all who knew and loved him. Thank you for sharing Lou with us. He made this county and the state better, and I'm proud to have helped ensure his legacy lives on, and I ask for your support of this resolution.
Further discussion. There's further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of H.J.R. 251027. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, H.J.R. 251027 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the evening roll call be joined as sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 37.
Senate Bill 37 by Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Taggart and Morrow concerning assistance for communities experiencing energy transition.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 37 until Monday, May the 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 37 until Monday, May the 5th. All those in favor say aye.
Cleve, you're up. Cleve.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 37 will be laid over to Monday, May the 5th. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 61.
Senate Bill 61 by Senator Simpson, Representatives Weinberg and Joseph concerning construction of laws regarding federally recognized tribes in Colorado.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with amendments made by the House.
Discussion, Senator Simpson.
Yeah, actually, they did improve the bill. We added the Ute Mountain Ute to the construction of laws that originally was just the Southern Ute tribe. So would appreciate your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 61. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 61. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 61. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 61 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Gonzalez and Ball and Representative Clifford concerning the creation of an advisory council for persons who are incarcerated.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the, whatever the House did, and that we appoint a conference committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 155, that the conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155. Senators Gonzalez, Chair, Ball, and Carson. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 158.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Sullivan and Gonzalez and Representatives Froelich and Brown concerning creating state procurement policies for state agencies in the treatment of certain items related to weapons.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion that we concur with the amendments that came over from the House.
Tell us why, Senator Sullivan. Oh, Senator Gonzalez.
They addressed we addressed everyone's concerns here in the Senate. The House made a couple of technical and conforming amendments. Ask for an aye vote.
Perfect. The motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 158. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill, that motion is adopted. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we repass Senate Bill 158.
Any discussion? Seeing none. The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 158. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Simpson.
Public safety is neutral.
Catlin, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Roberts, Pelton R, Liston, Baisley, with a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 158 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kip, you are already on there. That's perfect. All right. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 278.
Senate Bill 278 by Senator Mullica and Representatives Stewart and Bradley concerning the administration of emergency use epinephrine in a school setting and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 278.
Tell us why.
They appropriated the money. They put the appropriation back on. I would ask for a yes vote.
Perfect. Motion to the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 278. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Mulligan. Senator Mulligan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 278.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 278. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 278 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of appointments consent calendar. Mr. Schauffler, please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Members of the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board of Directors, Deborah Mulvey and Chris Nevitt, representing the Denver Regional Council of Governments, appointed on February 16, 2022, to terms expiring on December 31, 2025. Sarah Nurmela and Joan Peck, representing the Denver Regional Council of Government, appointed on March 1, 2024, to terms expiring on December 31, 2027. Lynette Crow Iverson, representing the Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments, appointed on January 10, 2024, to a term expiring on December 31, 2027. Chelsea Gondek, representing the Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments, appointed on October 7, 2024, to a term expiring on December 31, 2026. John Mallow, representing the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization, appointed on March 6, 2024, to a term expiring on December 31, 2027. Dennis Flores, representing the Pueblo Area Council of Governments, appointed on January 27, 2022, to a term expiring on December 31, 2025. Luis Lopez, representing the South Central Council of Governments, appointed on January 25, 2024, to a term expiring on December 31, 2027.
Julie Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the names on the consent calendar, goes in consideration of appointments consent calendar, which is Deborah Mulvey and Chris Nevitt, Sarah Numero and Joan Peck, Lynette Crow Iverson, Chelsea Godneck, John Mallow, Dennis Flores, Luis Lopez, to the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board of Directors.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Schauffler, please read the appointments to the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Members of the State Board of Land Commissioners, effective July 1st, 2025, for terms expiring June 30th, 2029. Mark Harvey of Basalt, Colorado, to serve as a representative of Production Agriculture and as an unaffiliated appointed. James Pryble of Louisville, Colorado, to serve as a citizen at large and as an unaffiliated appointed.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of Mark Harvey and James Pribble as members of the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is confirmation of the governor's appointments to the State Board of Land Commissioners. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
The House has voted not to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1209 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Lindstedt, Chair, Wilford, and Gonzalez as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1209. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1293, House Bill 1013, House Bill 1057, House Bill 1098, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, and House Bill 1327, and has repassed the bills as so amended.
Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Joint Resolution 15.
Delivery to the governor.
To the Governor for signature on Friday, May 2nd, 2025 at 9:35 a.m. Senate Bills 20, 41, 70, 79, 81, 116, 144, 145, 147, 173, 175, 182, 184, 193, 196, 197, 204, 205, 212, 226, 229, and 277.
Permission to go beyond scope. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that the Conference Committee on House Bill 1273 be given permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses.
The motion for the bodies to grant permission to the conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1273 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. Conference committee appointments in response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1209. The Senate conferees are Senators Gonzalez, Chair, Rodriguez, and Simpson on the first conference committee on House Bill 1209. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Lay over the balance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, May the 5th.
The motion is lay over the balance of the calendar to Monday, May the 5th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The balance calendar will lay over to Monday, May the 5th. Announcements. Would the Senate choir please assemble to wish a happy birthday to Senator Amabile, whose birthday is today? She's not here. She bailed? Perfect. We don't have to do it. All right. Any other announcements? There is an announcement. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. Just quickly, if you have any bills stacked on your filing cabinet, at the end, the clerks will refile them. So if you could do that yourself at another time so they can go home a little earlier, that would be real nice. Thank you.
Excellent. Further announcements. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Colleagues, if by chance we are not coming back tomorrow, but if you're coming to the Capitol, there's Cinco de Mayo across the street at Civic Center Park. You have the best parking if you want to go over and check it out. Or if you just want to come in, there will be different routes to get in. Just want to let you know if you were coming in. Mr. President, I move that the Senate, colleagues, we will be starting the floor at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. There will probably be some morning committees that possibly start at 8:30. You will be reached out to let you know if those committees are starting. On that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn until 9:30 a.m. Cinco de Mayo.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 9:30 a.m. on Cinco de Mayo.